Morning, everyone. We're here to call this meeting to order. Wyoming Water Development Commission Select Water Committee Workshop and Joint Meeting. Friday, August 13th, 2021, 8:30 a.m. First thing is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, recognition of members present to establish a quorum.
Abigail, would you please do a roll call?
Senator Bonner,
Excused.
Senator Driscoll,
Excused.
Senator French,
Here.
Senator Veru,
Excused.
Senator Steinmetz, here. Representative Banks,
Here.
Representative Eklund,
Here.
Representative Larson,
Here.
Representative Nyman,
Here.
Representative Paxton,
Here.
Vice Chairman Higgs,
Here.
Chairman Simpson,
Here.
Chairman Rappaport.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kaylee
Chairman Glick,
here.
Vice Chairman Yankee.
Here.
I'm the secretary on here. Commissioner Anselmi Dalton. Commissioner Choma. Excused. Commissioner Craig. Commissioner Cott.
Here.
Commissioner Lawson.
Here.
Commissioner Little. Here. Commissioner Sucre.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, action item number F, approval of minutes, May 12th, 2021.
Also approve the minutes from May 2021.
Second.
Do we also have a, oh, that's for both of them? Okay. Is that correct? Is that for both days? Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
Second.
All in favor, say it. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed. By the way, Commissioner Kaylee's one that seconded the motion.
Members, you've all received copies of our last meeting minutes. It's not normal that we would approve those, but you've got a copy of them. Thank you.
Agenda item number 5, planning closeout memo. Is that the one you guys? Okay. And Cheyenne Municipal Storage Level 2 Phase 1 study. Director Gebhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the closeout memo for the Cheyenne Municipal Storage Level 2 Phase 1 study. Andrew Lynch, the project manager, will present the closeout memo.
Good morning, members of the Commission and Select Water Committee. My name is Andrew Lynch, and I'll be doing this closeout memo for the Cheyenne Municipal Storage Project. This project was located in Carbon and Albion Laramie counties for the city of Cheyenne BOPU. And I took this project over for Tony Rutherford, so I'll do my best to summarize it for you and answer any questions. This project received an appropriation of $330,000 in 2018, and Tri-Hydro was awarded the contract. As you can see in the final amounts there, almost all of the appropriation was expended. Some of you probably already know the city of Cheyenne has a pretty complex water system across these 3 counties, includes transmission diversions, water right exchanges, reservoirs, pipelines, and other infrastructure. supplies about 75,000 people within the city. 70% of that is surface water and about 30% is groundwater. The 2013 master plan recommended additional storage be analyzed for the city. So this study looked at raising the dams at Granite and Crystal and Rob Roy. It also looked at other alternatives that included additional pipelines to better connect existing infrastructure, optimization, expanding well fields, vulnerability assessment, and dredging. A long list of 53 alternatives were identified, and the top five of those were identified to meet the demand and the purpose and need. There's two of those were already kind of being implemented by the BOPU, so they were not analyzed in this study. Those two were lowering the blending ratio and expanding their existing groundwater supply to meet their target amounts of 4,000 acre feet a year. The top three alternatives explored for this study or recommended from this study is connecting the North Crow pipeline system to the existing water treatment plant. When the old Round Top plant was decommissioned, they never optimized the piping connections between the two systems to bring water over from the North Crow system into the Granite and Crystal pipeline, which currently connects to the Sherrard water treatment plant. So just by doing that, they can gain about 1,200 acre feet of firm yield for the city. So that one was recommended as kind of number one. The second one was optimizing the Little Snake River connect. There's a collection system from the Little Snake River that brings water across into the Platte. And if you understand the city system, it's pretty complex. So they use an exchange from the Little Snake into the Platte and then pull out of the Platte in Rob Roy and bring that across to the city of Cheyenne across the mountains. So if they can optimize that system over there, they estimate for an additional water supply of about 2,000 acre feet. When that was originally constructed, they had all the gates fully open and they found some hydraulic imbalances and which led to surcharging in the pipe. So by adding some flow monitoring and some SCADA remote operating, they can estimate a 10 to 20% efficiency increase over there, which would increase the supply of water that they can get from that system. The third alternative that was recommended is not really, doesn't really increase the supply, but it's a rehabilitation of the Crystal and Granite outlets and constructing a bypass pipeline between the two. Currently, the Crystal reservoir, all the water for the city has to go through the Crystal Outlet Works. And they're over 100 years old. So there's estimate that they're nearing the end of their safe operating life. So rehab of those would be crucial to creating some redundancy and reducing the risk in that system. If there was a wildfire, for example, and there was a bunch of sediment that came in there and obstructed that outlet works, the city would be pretty hard up for water. They'd only have the North Crow system and then their well fields. So in order to do those rehabs, this bypass pipeline between Crystal and Granite would allow one to shut down for work and the other one to continue being used. So those were kind of three things that are grouped into one because they kind of work off of each other. So also as part of the study, the demand projections were refined, and it was projected that an additional 3,000 to 10,000 acre feet would be needed in the next 50 years for the city. We used a low and a high growth rate because the city is it's growing pretty quickly and they weren't sure which one was most appropriate. So the BOPU wanted to kind of look at both scenarios so they could get an idea of what their small and big targets would be. This study, or the results from this study, if they were implemented, would satisfy the low growth projection and get a good start on the near to midterm needs of the city for the high growth projection. It also provided system redundancy and help mitigate for natural disasters. So so for these alternatives, we developed preliminary designs, did cost estimates and economic analysis, looked at the benefits of each one, and then looked at the expenses and additional funding sources and made some recommendations to the BOPU and how to move forward. As you kind of probably guessed, this is a little different than our typical enlargement studies. It started out as an enlargement project and we did look at those alternatives, but it seemed after looking at all the different alternatives that doing these optimizations or pipeline modifications should be done first before we look at enlarging reservoirs. And they were able to satisfy the projected demand and meet the purpose and need. So, we found that it wasn't just any one thing that was needed to ensure the sustainability of the city's water supply. So we looked at storage, surface water, groundwater, conservation. All those things would need to play a role in the future of the city's waters. All these alternatives meet a portion of that purpose and need, and they're supported by the BOPU. So in the table here on that page of your closeout memo, it shows some of the costs for these different projects, ranging from about 170,000 up to about 4 million. Some of these require additional study before the BOPU could come and ask for level 3 funding. The only one that's ready for level 3 funding would be the bypass pipeline, and it kind of makes sense that that's the first one that they would do. So they have indicated they will be coming this fall with an application for the bypass pipeline funding. We did final presentation at one of their monthly meetings. The reports are available online, and the office recommends that a final acceptance of the report. All contract requirements have been met, and that the cost estimate for the bypass pipeline is suitable for a level 3 funding request. And like I said, the other 3 projects would need additional study. The BOPU does plan to do those kind of on their own and in coordination with us to make sure that our requirements are met for that level 3, make sure the level 3, they would be ready for level 3. So if there's any questions, I'll do my best.
Any questions or comments? Representative Eklund.
Push the green button.
Okay. And you might not be the right one to answer, but you get to this upper end, this 10,000 acre feet possibility in the near future. And these efficiencies aren't going to get us there. Conservation will make a difference. I don't know how much. The Belvoir Ranch, I think it was purchased for the water primarily. Does anybody have information on that and how much water would be available if they were to develop that ranch that it's now more of a recreation area?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have that.
Well, if I know that's another option for
I know they
Cheyenne.
were looking at that, yes.
Yeah. Well, if somebody gets that information, you could email it to me, or
Okay.
because I'm curious how much water that would amount to. It sounds like it would be significant, or did when they purchased the ranch.
We can do that.
Mr. Chairman, Andrew, and I appreciate the fact that the city's going to do some of these studies on their own, but I've always been an advocate of but trust but verify. So what's the role of the commission to review those and the office? If in fact they come in, and primarily what I'm concerned with is just looking at any conservation measures. If they're going to participate and look at conservation measures, do we get an opportunity to look at, what their assumptions were, what their results were, and how that all operated?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I'll try to answer that. If they were to come to us for a level 3 application, we do require that they provide us a study to support that application. So we would be reviewing a study, a homebrew study, if you will. So we would review that and make sure that what they're requesting meets our requirements.
In that case, if they did an alternative analysis and found out that conservation was, if they did that and they run an analysis and said, conservation alternative wasn't feasible, we would have the opportunity to review that, make sure that determination was correct.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that would typically be the case. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any? Commissioner Gailey.
I just had one question. Was this part of the study before or after the big change from the use of their #1 customer, the Frontier Refinery? Do you know?
Yes, the demand projections included that.
It did include that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
Members, we are broadcasting live, audio and video. And so it's really important you remember to push your button. The system we had the other day, you could just talk, but today you have to push the button. If you don't push the button and get the green light, then the people out in the state of Wyoming won't be able to hear what you're saying. So appreciate your tentativeness on that.
Okay, Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering how the new numbers of the census might affect this, because we're seeing the population centers growing where the rural areas are probably losing population initially from what the corporations committee put out. And so I was just wondering if they'll kind of review that, and or if they had those numbers somehow on their own, if that's taken into account. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, I can't speak that directly. This was done in 2018, 2019 timeframe. So I think it was before the updated census was done. We did pull the latest information from ANI, and the city's own growth projections and data that they have on growth rates were included. So it was not just one data source that they were looking at. I do know that.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hicks.
just to follow up, when I look at these numbers and the projections on the growth, that it could be anywhere from 3 to 10,000 acre feet demand for the Board of Public Utilities to service their customers. But when they went through the analysis, so you have the on the one side, you have population growth and increased demand, but the biggest thing that looks like is probably lingering out there right now is the 20,000 acre feet of water rights that they have in the Little Snake that would be subject to any demand management program or any curtailment under the Colorado River Compact. How does that calculate into the city's? What were those two scenarios? You know, what's the impact of a curtailment? Because they're one of the later, you know, if you look at the priority list for the Green River Basin, they've got pretty late water rights, so they would be subject to be shut off under a curtailment. Under a demand management program, they would be required to go acquire some temporary change of use for those water. So I guess the vulnerability is not just population growth, but it's access to the existing water rights that they have for that 20,000 acre feet. Was that calculated into in any place in the study, the city's projected needs?
Yes, the city was very concerned about demand management and the availability of the water in this Little Snake and Colorado River. So they were, I can't speak to the details on that. I wasn't part of the demand management of the study. That was after, that was before I took over the study, but I do know that even towards the end, that was a big concern for the city. And so some of that guided the alternatives analysis quite a bit, in that only one of the three was for the Little Snake system. So the North Crow alternative was kind of their first one, so it's not dependent on that. And then the Wellfield expansion.
Okay, thank you. Because it will have a significant impact.
Yeah.
And something is coming. So it's, you know, it's good that the city's looking at that as just a potential impact, not only of increased population, but lost access to some of that water, or something that has to be taken into consideration.
They did do an updated model for the whole system, and that
Okay.
was part of what they
Okay,
included.
thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Eklund.
so kind of piggybacking on this, I guess I'd like to have an addition like on the Belvoir Ranch, and when that priority water right was established, along with how much water as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Eklund, are the water right priority that you're looking for, is that on the Little Snake portion or the
No.
Belvoir Ranch?
No, on Belvoir Ranch as well, because when it was purchased for future water use, I believe was the justification. And I have no idea when the water right was or whether they would have one. This flows into the South Platte And if it isn't a pretty good priority, right, I'm guessing that that ranch is not, we would not be able to use water, but I'd like to know when it was and whether it can be used, exercised.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we'll get that information. My guess is they probably don't, unless they have a well, they may not have a water right at this time. But we'll confirm that.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman. I move acceptance of the Cheyenne Municipal Storage Project report as being complete. And further, the WWDC makes the following findings relative to the project. One, the commission recommend proceeding to the level 3 of the project development upon the submittal of an appropriate funding application by the sponsor. 2, based on the findings in the final report, the project is determined to be in the public interest. And 3, the project functions and services cannot realistically be provided by any person, association, or corporation engaged in private enterprise.
Is there a second? Motion made by Commissioner Anselmi Dalton. Second by Commissioner Yankee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passed.
Members of the Select Water Committee, so you understand the protocol here. Projects, as we discuss projects and you see the commission making motions and approving them, projects that are closeout projects or time extensions or other adjustments to existing contracts, we do not take action on those. Only they do. That's their privy and their responsibility to do that. Projects that affect dollar amounts, the statutes call for us to review and recommend. That's the terminology we will use in our motions, review and recommend. But we will take action on those types of dollar amount contract adjustments. But for this particular project in the Cheyenne, it's just a closeout project, so there's no action by us.
Thank you. We'll move down to number 6, groundwater exploration grant contract amendment, action item H. Town of Jackson, Director Gebhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is a request for a current groundwater project in our groundwater grant program. I believe that the town of Jackson or their representatives will be joining us, as well as Keith Clary in our office. If there are any technical questions, but what they're requesting, so we funded through the groundwater grant, we funded a project to drill a new well in Jackson Zone 3. The original application had a cost estimate of $173,250. They originally bid the project in April of 2021. And the low bidder at that time had a bid of $233,123. And there was one other bidder at almost $336,000. The low bidder withdrew his bid. And it was my understanding that the town kept the bid bond. And so they rebid it on July 27th. They got one bidder and the bid came in at just shy of $335,000. So this request is for an additional $173,250. And I misspoke. The original application estimate was $135,000. And I'm aware that one of the reasons given to, that I understood anyhow, was there was a, to dispose of the water during the testing, had to be piped to an irrigation ditch. And I believe it was a requirement of potentially DEQ that required this piping that was not anticipated in the original application. But I would let Floren Policio or Keith Clary answer any questions that you may have on that. But the request is for an additional $173,250.
Does Keith Clary or Floren Policio want to make any comments?
Good morning. Floren Policio, Town of Jackson Public Works. We may also have our engineer consultant available for some of the more technical questions, but hopefully I can answer most of what you all need. So yes, the distance that was required for us to discharge the water, the test water, required extra piping beyond what we had originally anticipated, but also I think just project costs increased because the original estimate was done prior to COVID. And I think another issue with the original low bidder was that their intended methods, they missed, I guess, the specification that we were going to meet to test or sample the water on the way down in the drilling. And their means and methods was not going to accommodate that as well. And I see Philip Gear is online here. He is our engineer working on this project. So he may have more to add to that.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments from your group? Keith Clary?
I think one thing I'd like to add is that the increased drilling costs and local construction costs also need to be accounted for, besides the disposal of the water, which is about 97,000 at least on that.
Yeah, this is Phil Gear. I would like to also comment that in the initial study, we didn't know where the well was going to go because we do a study to see where the well is best situated, and it turns out it's in a city park is the best location, primarily because the town already owns the land. So the well drilling is going to disturb landscaping and irrigation. So those costs were not anticipated. And then we have a quarter mile of discharge pipe to accommodate the pump testing discharge of some 1,700 gallons a minute to an irrigation ditch. And that pipe has to cross 2 roads. So you have road crossings and pipe installation and disposal that were costs that couldn't be anticipated in the original funding request.
Anyone here have any questions or comments for their group? Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask the individual, what kind of piping and when that discharge, when you're done discharging the water, is that piping, whatever kind it is, still an asset that can be sold? I mean, would you clarify that a little for me? Thank you.
Yeah, we will leave it up to the contractor as to the type of piping that they use. And presumably they're going to reduce their cost by reusing that pipe or selling it for disposal afterwards. But we're not going to dictate to them the actual type of pipe. It could be HDPE or something less expensive. I don't know if it has any use to the town. I suspect it does not.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. Commissioner Suker. And then we'll get
Yeah, I had one question, and that is, I guess I did hear that due to COVID, we had no engineer's estimate on this project originally. And I questioned whether that's mandatory through our system for this type of program to have one.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Suker, the application did have an estimate. And it was prepared prior to COVID, I think was the comment. But we did have an original estimate with the application, and that original estimate was 135,000.
Did we also have a study to follow up on that? Did we also have a study on this particular well before we accepted?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Suker, part of the grant is to do the preliminary study to drill the well. So the study is part of the appropriation for through the groundwater grant program. It's a slightly different scenario than our typical projects, but with the groundwater, that's part of it, is the siting to study and some of the design for the well is part of that grant.
Thank you. I answered my questions.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, question I have is could you explain the range of alternatives that were looked at and the nature of the decision to go with the piping to the ditch? And so what are all other alternatives were considered, and did you run a cost analysis on those alternatives?
I apologize. Was that question directed to us? I can answer
Yes.
in part. Okay, sorry for the delay. We did evaluate whether or not we could discharge to the sewer nearby, and that was not going to be feasible. I don't recall whether that was due to capacity constraints or condition of the pipe, but there were reasons that the discharge to sewer nearby was not feasible, and we were trying to find the shortest route to a nearby irrigation ditch that could handle that flow or volume of water discharge.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman, a couple of questions on that. Number one, did you get approval from the ditch owner to put that? They own that ditch. Who owns the ditch? Did you get approval for that from those ditch owners? And if you provided documentation and concurrence by the owners of the ditch? The other question I have is, given the nature where this is located, was there any considerations of constructing a temporary retention pond at the side of the well drilling to hold this water? And then our reclamation plan after that was completed. So two questions there.
I can answer those, Florian. The answer to the first one is yes. We have an agreement with the ditch owner, the ditch company, and there's one landowner essentially that it goes to. And the answer to the second is that we're pumping for the pump test per WWDC requirements for 36 hours, 2,200 gallons a minute. And so the volume of water generated by that 36-hour pump test, we did evaluate trying to get it to seep into an infiltration basin within the park. And what we came up with was essentially the cost of tearing out the irrigation and building an infiltration pond with a dam and embankment. I think that the size came out to be something of on the order of 3/4 to an acre, would be equal to, by the time you rehab it, what the pipeline would be, plus the inconvenience of removing the park, blocking it off, etc. But the costs were essentially about even, so we went with the option to pipe it out instead.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, were those costs in that alternative analysis presented as part of the application to the Water Development Office to review?
No, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask Keith Clary, but it was, I do not believe it was part of the original application. This would have been identified following the application and the award of the project. But I don't know, Keith, did we get that information throughout the work, throughout the project?
Mr. Chairman, I just took over this project in July from Kevin Boyce, who had it beforehand when he retired. So I don't know what correspondence has been coming in the history of the project, but typically that's done during the groundwater grant program. And the study would identify that we need to dispose of the water, and they'd have to find alternatives of where they're going to go. And commonly the drilling contractor uses irrigation pipe to run the 1,700 gallons a minute of water overland and during the warm weather, so it doesn't freeze, and discharge that 1,700 gallons a minute. So I'm not sure about it as far as what correspondence has happened during the program from letters or anything. So
Any other comments or questions?
Mr. Chairman, it's a concern to me that when we have a sponsor that comes in, and not saying that this isn't the best or the cheapest alternative, but I think if there is a range of alternatives that were considered and the cost estimates were prepared for that, it would be incumbent upon the office to review those and provide some level of concurrence. Again, our responsibility is look after the financial component, make sure it's technically feasible, and if it's an inconvenience to an entity, that's not necessarily a concern that I have as much as the fiscal responsibility that we have and the technical feasibility of the project. And so I guess I'd like to see, or before we move forward with this, at least have an opportunity for the office to review that range of alternatives for the disposal of water and associated cost. But that just my thoughts on that, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Hicks, as Keith mentioned, this was originally Kevin Boyce, who recently retired. So my guess would be that we have seen some of this stuff, and Kevin was probably the one that approved it. I don't know the timing of the application to his retirement, but it had to be very near it. But I do believe he teed it up and made the recommendation. So we can review what the correspondence was, unless the town of Jackson can inform us of what that communication was.
I can certainly kind of pull up the history of communication. I think most of it was done by email. There may have been a couple of phone meetings from which I took some notes. Whatever we have on this end, I'd be happy to dig up and provide. I'm not sure if you need that directly or if it's something I could send today after this meeting.
Commissioner Gephardt. Director Gephardt, can you give us a idea of what you think would be your recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, we'll look through our records as well. And if we need additional information from the town, we'll request it, but we need to look and see what we have first. And I apologize for not having done that already, but we'll look to see what that correspondence has been and the reports that we received.
Do you recommend that we just table this till next time?
Mr. Chairman, I think I'd ask the town of Jackson how urgent this well is to their system. One of the issues we do have is we have a binding bid right now that typically only binds for 30 days. So we always straddle these meetings.
Okay.
So I guess if the commission is uncomfortable with the request, that would probably mean that they would have to rebid it. Probably additional costs to rebid it as well. So if I guess the recommendation is if we're comfortable with the reasoning behind this, would be to approve it. And it could be a caveated approval if you'd like, pending our review of the approvals. I don't know how that would work, other than if we didn't approve it, then maybe we wouldn't grant the additional money. But if we did approve it through our office in the groundwater grant program, then carry on, I guess. That would be one suggestion for the commission and select water.
Commissioner Tommy Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I expressed some concern this morning to Senator Hicks, and just saying, we get these bids and we go out and we get a reasonable bid. We assume they're looking at the parameters and the issues, and suddenly then it's an increase of $173,000 on a project. It's practically doubling the initial bid, and it just gives me some pause. I mean, how bad are we at bidding? I mean, okay, we can attribute things to COVID. I know things have gone up in price, but I just have pause that we just rubber stamp these outrageous increases in cost. And I agree with Senator Hicks, if it's just because it's inconvenient for them to look elsewhere, I have concerns, and I probably would prefer that they rebid it. And I'd like to see these bids come in closer. What engineer are they using to begin with? It's giving us an initial bid estimate that we're so far off. I mean, I would have a heart attack if that was at my hotel. So just asking us to be a little cautious.
Commissioner Yankee.
Yeah, I'd like to add to those comments. We're looking at the original approval, if I'm reading all the figures right, of 101,250, and now we're going to 274,500,000. And if you look on the financial information for the town of Jackson, they have $4,766,000 in their as a balance in the repair and replacement fund. And so I just have a concern, and when you look at the bid sheet, I understand there's only one bidder, but we're adding the 97,000 for the water disposal system, 16,000 for pump testing, and maybe somebody that knows more about well drilling than I can comment as whether those are the kind of figures that we usually see on this. But I also share the concern that we're more than doubling the existing approval. And we're also, if we approve it, giving that money to someone that has almost 5 million in their repair and replacement fund. Thank you.
Can I make a comment on just the uncertainty of the location of the well? I mean, this process, part of this process is selecting a well location. So in the original engineer's estimate, we make an assumption, for one, that we were going to get an agreement with a private landowner right adjacent to this irrigation ditch, which did not occur. That seemed to be the optimal location for the well, if I'm not mistaken, at the beginning of it, to put our pump station and well on it. And that didn't work out. So the second best alternative, which we couldn't know before we started this process, was in the park, where these pump testing costs, or this water disposal cost, could not have been anticipated at the beginning of the project. So I just want to make clear that we weren't wildly underestimating some bidding costs. We just had this unknown factor at the beginning of the process for water disposal. And I'd also like to add that there's a pretty good deal of uncertainty when you're trying to get rid of this volume of water, which is considerable, 36 hours at these high flow rates, via seepage. So, I mean, as a conservative engineer, I'm going to oversize my seepage pit in this park. I don't have 100% knowledge of what the subsurface is, and there might be some areas where there's lower permeability, and the last thing I want to do is stop my pump test because I'm starting to flood the park and the adjacent homes. So I just like to make those two factors clear.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Suker.
to follow up on that, I wanted to mention a couple of things. Did the construction bid tabulation change from the first to the second time? Was there any additives to that bid tab?
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to answer that, and I might need some help from Phil, but the original bid had two bidders. One bid was roughly 233. That was the entity that withdrew their bid. The second bid on that one was 35,000. And then the new bid was 336,000.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you you mistaken me, or I didn't explain. The bid tabulation, the items, the 17 items. I don't have that document in front of me. First time it was bid, it come out to 101,000. Did those bid tabulation change? And were there anything added to them?
Oh, I apologize.
We don't have that, I guess.
Mr.
We don't
Chairman,
have that information.
Commissioner
I don't-
Seeger, so question is additional bid items in the
Yes.
bid were items added to the,
Yes.
between the first and second bid. Phil would have to answer that.
I don't believe that's the case. No, I mean, I'd have to go back and check, but no, we didn't add anything. It's essentially a straight up rebid. And of course, the reason why that first low bidder pulled out is because they did not anticipate the costs correctly. So.
Okay, with that said, then I have one other question. According to, I think, our criteria, and maybe I'm not correct, but don't we make all entities validate easements before we allow any type bid?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Suker, I think the groundwater grant is slightly different because we don't know where the well is until we enter into the contract to site the well. So all of our other projects, yes, we have to have the easements and typically at 50% design. But the groundwater grant is a little different because part of the groundwater grant is the siting of the well. So we don't have the easements at the time of the application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Anybody want to make a motion? Or should we just table it? Should we make a motion to table it till the next meeting, or how do you want to work that? Okay. Make a motion to move it to the next meeting, and what's the next meeting date?
November. October.
October 8th.
Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
I do believe Director Gebhardt said that we may lose our bid doing that.
Sure.
Because we have a 30-day hold on that, just making everybody aware of that.
Mr. Chairman? I mean, I did consider the fact that he did say that there might be a 30, they may have to rebid it, but the first set of bids came in with 335,000 was the second bid. The second set of bids came in with 335,000. So it's been fairly consistent from one bid period to the next, absent the low bid, of course, that they, it was underbid and withdrawn. So I hope it doesn't cause a big inconvenience, but I think, we've had some questions we haven't answered. It's unfortunate that Mr. Boyce resigned. I mean, I think that's made it a little bit difficult for this project. And so I'd stick with my postponement motion. Thank you.
I'd like a clarification on the motion. And the motion is to table the extra funding request. That does not prohibit the sponsor from proceeding with the bid. They would just be responsible for the top end of that. Is that correct, Mr. Director? If we table this, the city can proceed with their project and be liable for the top end.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess as I listen to this, tabling it, I would question, what are we going to reconsider at a future meeting by tabling it? If the desire is not to grant the requested amount, then I believe that the town of Jackson would have the option to take the money that's been appropriated and use their own resources to fund the rest of it. Or if they would choose to cancel the project, that would be fine. I think another option could be to reapply to a groundwater grant for this well with new costs. We've got 3 bids on the project, so I think we know what it costs. And so if they were to reapply, I guess the question is, if they were to reapply, they would come in with the number closer to the bid that we have now. And then the question would be, do we want to fund that or not? Or do does the commission want to just stay with the original appropriation and allow the city of Jackson to decide if they want to put in extra money to the project or not? So I think that's really where we're at. I think that with 3 bids in this climate, I think you could almost say that that's what the project costs.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
Director, I'm looking at I'm looking at the addendum number 2 on there. And the way that word's on there, it says contract times, and it says the work will be substantially complete no later than June 1st of 2022. And so it looks to me like there is, and I don't know when they were planning on starting to drill. But if you look at that language, it was anticipated that this was going to carry over all the way into next year to be substantially complete. And it talks about being able to start disposable should conduct prior to October 20th or after April 15th. I'm assuming that would be after April 15th of 2022, which still provides them 2 months to drill the well, do the disposal, and be substantially complete. And maybe the sponsor can answer the question, but when was the intent, given the nature of the addendum runs all the way out to June 15th of 2022, to actually commence construction of this project? Because it looks to me like it was anticipated this could run into next year, which gets to the decision that the commission may want to consider as to whether to table it or grant it or reapply. But if we could get some clarification on that, it would be helpful.
I can speak to that. Thank you for the question. We originally were hoping to have the entire project completed prior to winter. It was originally anticipated to complete it this summer, with the hopes of submitting a level 2 report in the next cycle for those deadlines, with the draft being due in June. Because the original bidder awarded pulled out and we had to rebid it, that slid our timeline back. And we do have challenges with winter season construction here, where much of those later parts of the project would not have been feasible during the winter. And that's why they would now need to be constructed or completed in the spring next construction season, if that answers your question.
Mr. Chairman, if this was completed by June 15th, wouldn't that still provide the sponsor the opportunity to get an application in for a level 3 project prior to the deadline in 2022?
Mr. Chairman, the deadline for construction level 3 is September 1st. If it was a level 2, then that would be May. But if the application would be for level 3, then they would have to answer if they can get the application in between June and September, but September 1 is the deadline.
Thank you.
We still have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye. Remember that the motion that was made by Anselmi Dalton and then seconded by Larry Suker.
Mr.
Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was actually made by Larry Suker, seconded by myself, but I think, wasn't it Larry? But I'm not against the alternative idea put out by Director Gephardt to say, listen, you guys can go ahead, we'll give you the original funding, and then you can pay the difference if you want to proceed now and get going. That's good with me. I just worry that if we always say yes to every time they come back with doubling the proposals, it gives me pause. And it's either A, yes, they could do another grant application if they feel good about them. That way we have time to get answers, or B, they can say, yeah, we have $4 million or whatever amount it was that I saw in the financial sheets that Vice Chairman Yankee mentioned, and say you can go ahead and proceed with your project that came in over budget and get it done now, or you can do another application. So I would probably ask Commissioner Suker if he was amenable to saying, Town of Jackson, make your decision and we'll live with what you do.
So, Mr. Chairman, just a little more discussion before the vote if we can.
Okay.
So here's my concern. We had a previous project manager on the project, and we're assuming that previous project manager reviewed the alternative. The major cost escalator here is disposal of water, almost $100,000. I don't know whether they did an alternative analysis and water development staff had a chance to receive that. Typically, as somebody nears retirement, they're trying to clean up a whole bunch of stuff and get out the door and transfer stuff over. And a lot of times things get lost in the works when that happens. Again, I think our responsibility is to do the due diligence, make sure, in fact, there was an alternative analysis that was conducted. The staff can concur with that alternative analysis and move forward. I frankly am very uncomfortable with just adding another $100,000 onto a contract without knowing for fact that the office had a chance to do the due diligence on the proposal from the sponsor. That's my concern. It's not with the project, it's with the process and where we're at today and the fact that we don't have those answers. And so however the commission decides to craft that issue, but I think it just illustrates, and it's, again, nobody's fault, neither the town of Jackson, but it's a byproduct. Right now we're in a position that you're going to have to make a decision with all the pertinent information, at least from where I'm sitting, that's where it looks like.
Commissioner Suker.
One other comment, and I agree with Larry to a point. I think when we see this kind of thing, but when we also look at the bid tabulation, there's some explanation that I would like to know. For example, we have pump mobilization in our bid tab. Now that number is $39,000. What really is that? We don't have the total contract to look at the scope of work that would entail. But I can tell you that it's for mobilizing the pump to the job. Don't know if that's what it is, or if it's putting it on a drop pipe and dropping it in the hole. I don't know that. But those costs, if our piping is in somewhere else to drop it, and I don't even know the depth of the well, but some of these costs seem like they're not contrary to the real work. That's what I say. I don't know that. I'm not a well driller, but it just doesn't seem right.
Mr.
And
Chairman,
I will rescind my motion to table this.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add that the well depth is estimated about 135, 150 feet. And the cost of the $39,000 to install the pump test would also include bringing a generator to the site, contracting for the generator to be there for 36 plus hours. Everything has to be set up, the drop pipe, and the pump then has to be able to ready to start for step testing first if there's any conducted, or constant rate test for 36 hours.
So with that, what did you say your well depth was anticipated?
About 135 to 150 feet. And it's going to be, first there's going to be a 20-inch casing put down, and then a 16-inch production casing and well screen is the estimated cost of what was bid.
So your drop pipe, the
Yeah,
drop pipe is considered as how many feet? And what size?
I'm not sure what the actual specifications are, but they'd have to be pretty good size to be a pump big enough to pump 1,700 gallons a minute through a 60-inch casing. It would be very similar to a Torrington type well, which also is in the alluvium, and it would be 18-inch diameter, and it would put out 3,000 gallons a minute. So this well's downsized a little bit from that for the town of Jackson. It's about 1,700 is the design flow, design yield. So about 135 feet, 150 maybe, but I think that's 135 feet was what's the total of the screen and casing length. So if there's any blank on the bottom for like a sediment trap, I don't know, but at least 135 feet deep.
Mr.
And
Chairman.
there'll be a 20-inch casing to about 50 feet. So that has to be cemented in before we drill out.
Senator Hicks.
I hate to say this, but the longer this discussion goes on, the more questions that keep popping up. It says the groundwater exploration grant is to go and prove up an aquifer, and I'm assuming this is a known aquifer. But we're talking about that this well is going to generate 1,700 gallons a minute, and we're sizing all that stuff for 1,700 gallons a minute. So if we know we're already going to drill a well that produces 1,700 gallons a minute, why are we doing an exploration grant? And so not having Kevin here to go through and answer some of these questions, it's just what was the preliminary groundwater hydrology report that indicated that this site would produce 1,700 gallons a minute? So, it's unfortunate that we're in a situation that the project manager is not here to answer those, but because this is driving the cost now for the $100,000, the disposal that we're assuming that this is going to generate 17,000 gallons a minute. And so in fact, did the groundwater hydrological analysis support that assumption? I'm assuming it did, but again, without having the previous project officer, I don't know that, because that's a big cost driver based on that assumption.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I will apologize for not having reviewed
No
it.
apology necessary, Mr. Director. These things just happen.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add that approximately the 36 gallons of pumping at 1,700 gallons a minute is probably going to be in excess of 36 million gallons, give or take. So there's got a tremendous amount of water to store, or at least drain or run off. So it becomes a problem where you're going to put all that water at. And if there was a close by river you could discharge it to, that would be one thing, but it's obviously you have to deal with disposal. And if I'd estimated the cost of this well, I think I would have estimated about $250,000 or so, plus the 100,000. So we're in the ballpark.
Commissioner Yankee.
Mr. Chairman, in light of our discussion and concerns and the amount of money that I see in reserves here, I would like to make a motion that we deny this amendment.
Right now we have Commissioner Suker who rescinded the table motion, and somebody Dalton agrees with that. Do we have to vote on that? Is that how that works? No? Okay. Now we have a motion to
Disapprove the amendment.
And I'd second that.
Commissioner Yankee makes a motion to disapprove, and Commissioner Kaylee seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. 7-4 and 1 against. Motion passes.
So Director, would you clarify for the town of Jackson what this means, what the result of this motion was?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe what it means is if they choose to continue on with this, we do have the original appropriation that can be used for the project, and they can fund the remainder. They can choose to not do the project, and I would have to look to see if there are any repayment requirements with that for the work that we have paid for. I'm a little unclear on that, but that's typically something we request. or we could request potentially. So there is that. Or I guess in the future, they could reapply to the program and it'd be brought before the commission and select water that approval for a new application.
Thank you. Senator Simpson. Are you, you guys don't need to make
We would take no action since you didn't act on it.
okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank y'all for being online and giving us your opinions and your direction. Thank you, Florin Felicio, Keith Cleary, and Phil Geyer. We're gonna move on to the number 7, the small water project program agreement amendments, action item. Black Rock Creek stabilization and irrigation improvement amendment number 1. This is a time extension. Did you want to, can we do these all at once or no?
Mr. Chairman, all of these are very similar requests, so it makes sense to just do it as a block.
Okay, we could do them as a block. Okay, we'll do the Black Rock Creek stabilization and irrigation improvement amendment number 1 first.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, and Rob Scroy with Teton County Conservation District is available as well. But all of these requests are requests to the small water program projects. There are 3 different projects, and the request is only for a time extension. I believe all of these have the same issues, and that is because of COVID, obtaining materials was an issue, as well as developing additional funding for these projects. When COVID shut down, I believe that some of these other participating entities may have trouble securing the funding to be the participating sponsor of these. So I believe all 3 projects are the same. Each one of them is just a 1-year time extension for each individual small water program project. And if there are any questions, I could
Anybody
try,
have any-
or we might have Mr. Scroy.
Anybody have any questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
I move we approve these delays. Extensions.
A motion was made by Commissioner Suker and seconded by Asami Dalton for an extension or approve the extension for Black Rock Creek stabilization and irrigation improvement, Lower Snake River Ranch Bank stabilization and fish habitat, Spread Creek irrigation rehabilitation, and fish passage, all for 1 year. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. We'll move on to number 8, planning contract, action item L, Silver Lake Dam Rehabilitation Level 2 study. Director Gebhardt.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is a case of lost in the mail. In March of 2021, the commission approved a time extension contract amendment for the Silver Lake Dam Rehabilitation Project. With that approval, we signed our signatures to a contract amendment. We mailed those amendments to the consultant for their signature. And we found out after a period of time that the town of Pinedale does not have a street delivery. And we did address it to a street address. And we did not get any notification that those contracts were not delivered. So we tried to resend them, but really what happened is in all of this process, the contract had expired. So we were left without a contract. And so our AG recommended that we have to issue a new contract because we can't amend an expired contract. So this proposal in front of you right now is just a new contract, but it is for the same work that was remaining on the original contract. And because we couldn't get the amendment signed, it's just a continuation of the work with the new end date, same amount of appropriation, same amount of dollars, but it has to be a new contract because the old one expired. And that's really all this is asking for.
Is there any questions or comments for Director Gephardt? Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll approve the motion. Make a motion to approve, sorry.
Second. Commissioner Little makes the motion and Commissioner Craig seconds to approve the new contract, which is actually is identical to the first contract, correct?
Yeah, it'd be a new contract, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Director, clarify this for me. This project was included in our omnibus bill, so it has already been approved and appropriated by the legislature.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Simpson, that is correct. One
Thank
is
you.
already appropriate.
So there'll be no action by us.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Okay, bulleted item number 9, tentative contingency account requests, if any.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we do have one. On Wednesday, we discussed the Middle Piney Dam reconstruction project. We had a pretty good conversation with that. And really we presented 2 options for recommendation. So one option would be to approve the full amount of the request. And that dollar amount is, and I will go back. So there were several items that led to the dollar amount that we have. And the memo under tab, or excuse me, it's not under tab, it was passed out an individual memo. And so we have several items within this change order request, and one is for the seepage control, system improvements and site evaluation. We've got and that was 250,000. We've got a scheduled delay in the amount of 400,000. We've got a riprap replacement and management for $20,000. The roadway erosion repair for 65,000. We got SCADA telemetry improvements for 40,000. Control tower ladder update for 10,000. Additional instrumentation and monitoring, 240,000. And then final grouting, which would occur next year for $1.7 million. And we provided 2 options to consider. Option 1 would be to approve the full $2.725 million contingency fund authorization. And then the second option would be to approve authorization from contingency account for $1,025,000. So the request is to allow the office to use contingency funds and authorize those contingency funds from Water Development Account 3 contingency account to the project. And the method that we would utilize that is through change orders. And so we had some internal discussion, would it be a contract amendment with the contractor? And I guess in a way it is, but it's done through change orders. So we're modifying through change orders using the appropriation. So what we're asking for is to move money from the contingency account to supplement the original appropriation for the project, and then any contract amendments be accomplished by change order. This is a little different than our normal situation where we have a sponsor contract, where we have a contract with a sponsor. In this instance, we are the owner. We do not have a contract for a set amount. So all of the contract amendments then are accomplished by change orders during the project. So if we were to transfer the money to the project from the contingency account, then going forward, those would be handled through change orders. And typically those change orders don't come to the commission. As long as we're within the original appropriation, we handle the construction through those change orders to make those modifications. And I think that was maybe a question for that Representative Simpson and I had maybe this morning.
Representative Simpson.
Okay, select water members. So you recall on the water planning omnibus bill, sorry, the construction omnibus bill, we had a line item for contingency and that was approved. So it was a dollar amount that we just set in there for the commission to work with to just handle miscellaneous change orders during construction of the projects. So this money would come out of that contingency that we've already appropriated money for. So right now, as the commission debates this, whether this is a legitimate change order or not, we invite you to chime in, and it's a debate for all of us to include. They'll actually make the motion and approve it. And because it's a contract amount, even though we've appropriated the money, we're going to ask for a vote on our side to recommend acceptance of their motion after the fact. So, but they'll make the initial motion and then we will address it with a separate motion afterwards. But please, everyone can enjoy the participation in the dialogue.
Anybody have any questions or comments for Director Gephardt?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Commissioner Suker?
A couple things. I don't believe we have those numbers in front of us. I'd like to know the original contingency amount that was put into the contract. And we all know that this is coming out of it, but what was that original amount? Generally speaking, it's 10% of the contract. Is that correct? So what is it? How much are we using? That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Chairman, Jason, do you have those numbers?
Not specific.
I just want to know if we got any left or if we're using it all.
Mr. Chairman, when the bid was originally received, there was a very little amount of what the original contingency was. That didn't come out very well. The bid came in around 11.4, if my memory serves me right. And our appropriation was very similar to that. So we did not have a contingency up front. If you recall, we came back for additional funds to build up that contingency to about 15%. My memory serves me right. So it was roughly $1 million, a little over $1 million. And then since that time, we've had, like I mentioned yesterday, some change orders for the dewaterings for the amount of water that's been actually seen on the project for the contractor. And if you recall at our last meeting in May, I believe it was, we had some amended money into Stantec's contract that you discussed at length. So between those two, mainly, there were some other smaller change orders along the way that basically ate that up.
Do you really have the difference? I mean, is there anything left that we've appropriated or that was appropriated through legislature? What, did we use it all now if we accept this change order?
Mr. Chairman, in the memo, we show the contracts as they are now. That leaves $114,000 left that's not in either the construction administration contract, the contractor's contract, or the O&M account set up for operation and maintenance once the project's done. So there's 114,000 that's not
But are we losing that O&M account?
No, we've accounted, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. We've accounted for that in our budgeting. So with that kind of set aside for that account, there's $114,000 in change that would be left right now for change orders.
Okay, that answers my question.
Representative Simpson.
So just to be clear, so the answer to that question was the project contingency has been used up already. So the contingency I referenced was a line item in the piece of legislation Director, how much, but that was for all projects. It's just a appropriated dollar amount that sits there. If any of 20 projects runs into trouble, we can reach and grab that contingency, and that's where this money would come from.
Mr. Chairman, I will elaborate a little bit on that, Chairman Simpson. The legislature approved through the omnibus bill either last year or the year before a $10 million contingency account for account 3. And the reason for that contingency account is so that we don't have to go through an omnibus bill to change a contract amount or get additional money for a project. It doesn't mean that we don't come to this body to get approval. It just keeps us from having to go through a whole year potentially while we have a contractor on site to get that. So it allows this body to utilize that contingency account for ongoing projects. And it was $10 million.
Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I understand that that's where the money's coming from, but there are two options, either the 1.025 million or the 2.7 million. Option 2, I think when we discussed, I just wanted to hear what you had to say about it, Director Gephardt. The scheduled delay of the 400,000, they stopped on 7/9. And on 8/5, they recommenced, and they said maybe 5 days were probably where they couldn't do some work. And they said they maybe could still complete the embankment by October 2021. They still could get there. And so do we have to approve that 400,000, or can we take it out of that 1.025 if that's where we motion, because it may not be needed? Or what happens to you if we don't approve that 400,000? I just wondered what kind of troubles that causes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Anselmi Dalton, I'm trying to think of the timing of this. As we discussed yesterday, all these dollar amounts right now are estimates. We will refine those as we go on and negotiate these to what we feel are correct. So these are probably conservative estimates. And the reason we're asking for it now is because we need to keep the contractor going. If we stop the contractor, then the potential for delays and our involvement in those delays could be problematic. So including the 400,000, we feel that we would like to request at least that as well to keep us going. The additional grouting, we know will not happen until next year. So even if that is not approved with this request, we will be coming back at some point. It may be a refined number at that time, but we will still need to be doing that work. But we have time for that portion of it. These other items, we are concerned that we need to keep going and keep the contractor going. That answer your question?
Is there any other comments or questions for Director Gephardt? Do I hear a motion?
Oh, wait, Mr. Chair, I just one quick question.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it better to go ahead and do the higher amount so that we have appropriated the funds, or they don't come back, the legislature doesn't come back and take it back? I guess that's maybe the question more for Chairman Simpson or Senator Hicks. Or is it better just to kind of go with this lower amount now and not worry about that?
Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It appears that we could go with option 2, the $1,025,000, and not affect the contractor. We have time in our next meeting, as long as we recognize the difference is going to be there, but there's no reason to pull that money out of the contingency and let it sit for a whole year. Let's let them fine tune that. There's been a lot of debate on the schedule delay, and I'm a little hesitant of putting the full 400,000 into that. I might submit to you that we reduce that by 100,000 and approve a 300,000 potential for that schedule delay. That gives them the ability to start negotiating. If the documents and facts prove out that it's more than 300,000, then we have other monies in here that they could fluctuate with and perhaps adjust at least until our next meeting. So that would be my recommendation, is to approve the smaller amount with minus $100,000.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hicks.
To try to specifically answer Commissioner and Assembly Dalton's question, these fundings are in the contingency count that have already been appropriated. And so it won't affect, it's a drawdown in that balance, and we'll address that in the November bill. But right now, the legislature would have to go back and reappropriate the contingency fund. So that's not likely to happen at this point in time. So even if we came back at your October meeting, you could actually you guys could actually allocate more money out of that appropriated contingency fund as you get closer. So I think a cautionary approach is appropriate. And I will concur with the chairman, on his suggestion on the reduction in the additional funds. But so as this project moves forward, you still have access to that 10 million right now. It's in your account, and at the commission's discretion as to, to approve expenditures of those funds. So it's outside the legislative purview at this point in time.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Suker.
I think with our administration within our program, counting on Jason, I think he would monitor these funds through the engineer and through whatever to make sure they're substantially spent if they are. So with that, I would like to make the motion, and I'm not partial to this because I don't like what I see here, for costs to come in and then all at once accelerate to the 15 or 20% greater than they were. Somewhere we got a problem or had a problem. But what do we do about it? It's like we say, it's our dam, and we better get her built. We can't quit. And if we quit today, we're going to use that $400,000 worth of contingency. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard spot. And with that said, I will make a motion that Jason concur our expenditures through the engineer and the contractor to make sure they're substantially spent and that we accept that change order as in full.
Director
Mr. Chairman,
Gebhardt.
I apologize for jumping in the middle of a motion. But one thought that Jason and I have on this is we have another project bidding, the Levitt Reservoir. And so the reason we brought in option 2 at the lower amount is we don't know what's going to happen with that bid. And so if we need contingency money, maybe the thought would be to use the option 2 with the lower amount to maintain the contingency money in there in case we have to use it for another project or Levitt with the bids that's coming in. That doesn't mean that we can't go back and request more money through the omnibus bill. And we feel that we would have time to do that with the $1.7 million grouting program. Through that process, we could request additional money if we need it.
So in other words, you want the 300,000 instead of the 4. You need that 100,000.
No, I'm talking about the difference between option 1 and option 2. So option 2 maintains the money in the contingency account rather than in this project account. So it's going to save 1.7 in the contingency account that is a little more flexible for us to use on other projects. If we obligate it for this project and we get something else that needs to hit the contingency account, we've lost that 1.7. But if we don't need it, and then we still have the balance remaining in the contingency account, then we can come back at a later time and just use the contingency account to fund this project. If we do end up needing it, then we have the option to go either replenish the contingency account or to ask legislature to approve additional amount for a specific project increase. So I think that in my opinion, option 2 provides us a little more flexibility on how we manage that contingency
I
account.
will make my motion as to option 2.
Is there Larry Suker, our Commissioner Larry Suker has made the motion to go with option 2. To approve the $1,025,000 from the account number 3 contingency fund to be allocated to the Middle Piney Dam Reconstruction Project to provide funding to address the list of potential change orders and project amendments anticipated in 2021. Then reassess the final grouting work funding need once additional instrumentation and monitoring are complete. This should provide a better estimate for the final round of grouting, but it does not eliminate the need for additional funding to complete the work, and the commission will eventually need to act on the request. And it was seconded by Commissioner Little. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay, members, do you have any questions? So the motion is on page 3 to go for the $1,025,000. My earlier recommendation was that we scrutinize bullet item number 2 on the schedule delay and maybe trim that back $100,000. So the recommendation back to them would be $100,000 less than what they just approved. So let's have some discussion on that and see, do you want to just recommend their approval and proceed, or do you want to trim back bullet number 2?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
I would concur with you, given the discussion we had at the workshop. I'm a little reluctant just to, given the nature of the conversation, appropriate the entire $400,000 for delays. At this point in time, in my experience is when you do that, that we'll pay $400,000 in delays. I would prefer to see that we trim that back to $100,000 that you recommended. And so I would make the motion that Select Water recommends to the commission to amend their adopted motion to further reduce the appropriation by $100,000. Discussion.
Any second? Senator Steinmetz seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, let's proceed to vote. All in favor of the motion to adopt their recommendation minus $100,000. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes. Abigail, we need some help with this. So we've just changed our recommendation to them. Do they need to reconsider, or where does this go from here?
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be up to the commission.
I could re-amend my motion to allow that in full, other than the $100,000 less on the delay.
Okay, the motion was made by Larry Suker to approve the $125,000 minus the $100,000 for the scheduled delay.
Mr. Chairman, just to be clear, then the new motion that we have in front of us is
To amend.
to amend or to authorize the office to use contingency accounts for the Middle Piney project in the amount of $925,000. Is that the motion that at
Yes.
least the understanding I
Mr.
have?
Chairman, one clarification. It needs to be in that motion. It's that, because currently if we just do that, it still potentially could be $400,000 for the delay. And what we're trying to do is saying that there's only $300,000 out of that $900,000 available to be paid to the contractor. I think that's important to capture that. That's the intent. So it's
Reduce that $400,000 to $300,000. That's the intent of the motion. No, otherwise it could swing in and still be used. If we do it as a lump sum.
Okay, the Larry Suker has, I guess, made a motion to amend the option 2 with approved 925,000 from account 3 contingency fund to be allocated to the Middle Piney Dam reconstruction project. And the 100,000 will be reduced to 300,000 for scheduled delay. And it was seconded by Commissioner Anselmi Dalton. Correct? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, you ready for the next one then? Okay. I'll make sure. Okay, item number 10, operating criteria, action item C, Wyoming Water Development Commission project application fees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, under tab C, going backwards in the notebook, we discussed our recommended changes to the operating criteria. And if you'll remember, we had one of the components of the change was the reimbursement fee to accomplish an increase in an application fee. And we had a tiered structure for that. I think that during the discussion that I think everybody was on board with that. There was additional discussion on the second part of our modification to the criteria. And that related to the requirement for a compliance with the Department of Audit and the Department of Revenue. And the question that was brought up is, does the language as it was presented limit somebody from making an application? So I worked with our AG rep and I would offer a new language to that. And the new language would read, the sponsor must be in compliance with all applicable reporting requirements with the Department of Audit and the Wyoming Department of Revenue prior to release of funds from the WWDO. So really what we're saying is they can apply, their project could be part of the omnibus bill. It could be a viable project, but we're not going to release any funds to the project until we know that they're compliant with Department of Audit and Department of Revenue, which is really the main reason behind this request to the criteria, is to make sure that they're compliant with their audit requirements and annual reporting. And the sticker to this is that we won't give them funds until they are compliant. This allows them the ability to become compliant, even if they're not at the time of application. There's a process that they can go through that at one point in time, they may not be compliant, but if they get all their work done and all the reports in correctly, then they become compliant. And then this would still allow us to proceed with the project.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner
just a
Suker.
comment on that. In my opinion, why would we want to go through all the work with a non-compliant customer? In other words, they're going to give you the application. You guys are going to start working on that application. Maybe they never become compliant. And if they don't become compliant, you've just wasted a lot of time and effort on their application and on their research and development.
Yeah,
And their request.
Mr.
But
Chairman.
that's just my comment. Maybe you got the staff to do it, but in my opinion, at the time of the application, they should be compliant. That's my opinion.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Suker, we did have a conversation with the Department of Revenue on this. And they kind of illustrated their process to us and the compliance concerns. And it was my understanding that non-compliance, it's problematic for them, but it's not a huge problem for them. But part of the problem that they have is getting the reports on time. And so there's a process that they go through where they require the reports at this time. And then they have to go back and ask for additional information or additional reports. And when they don't get those, then that's where the problems occur. But it was my understanding that because of the process of when we receive applications, that's typically prior to them having their deadline for submitting a lot of those reports. And there's a process for them to get compliant, and so.
So let me back up and figure a different way to approach this. I've got a group of people and we're looking at becoming a legal entity. So does this compliance deal with the same thing? We come in here to the commission and we apply. We got a name, but we don't have state approval to become that entity. We can give you an application and never become one. It could fail. Is that compliance also with something? Does it deal with that? Or is it just the department, the two departments you mentioned? Because I think that's a big issue. You know, as far as being a legal entity, and that's part of our policy here, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So does that include that?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that the legal entity portion is taken care of outside of this request, outside of this language. We will check to make sure that they are a registered legal entity.
All right, well, that answered my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Anselmi Dalton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had one further question for the director. I know that you mentioned in our meeting that we had two options in addition, and I wanted to just see if we wanted to put something in to amend that we could do the 45-day public comment, or we could waive this period and vote without public comment. And I couldn't remember exactly. I didn't obviously take good notes to see. I think you said public comment wasn't really necessary, and I couldn't remember the real reason why.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Commissioner Salma Dalton. That was something I wanted to bring up. The public comment in these instances, particularly with the application fee discussion. The application fee discussion is a result of discussion with legislature, select water committee last year. Legislature asked all the committees to reevaluate historic application fees and make those current. So the commission at that time in December, rather than a potential bill to go through legislature to require us to raise our application fee, made the concession that we will reevaluate it. We made a recommendation. Select Water Committee liked that recommendation at that time. So we basically promised, may not be the right word, but we made a commitment that we would look at this. So I bring that up because is any public comment going to change that mindset? Or does the commission feel like we've already worked this out? This is a done deal. This is how we're going to go. So public comment, will it change our mind at all? If we don't feel that it will, I don't think that it's necessary to go to the public notice and receive public comments, because it wouldn't change our mind anyhow. And I believe that that's the same with the second part of this.
So thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair, just quickly. So to summarize, basically, because it's not going to change our feelings about changing the reimbursement fee from 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, depending, then we would basically say we just go without public comment on this. And that would be a motion we'd have to make, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. That it is the option of the commission to waive that public notice requirement. It's not a requirement, it's in our criteria. So you can waive that and make that motion.
Is that a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we waive the public comment period with respect to the change in the fee schedule on both areas.
And approve the.
And approve the amendment to a release of funds from the WWDO at the end of the two areas, D and G, section G on page 13 and on page 12, D, which would say that the sponsor must be in compliance in G with all applicable reporting requirements of the Wyoming Department of Audit and Wyoming Department of Revenue prior to release of funds from the WWDO. That would be my motion.
I'll second.
Commissioner and someone Dalton made the motion. Commissioner Kaylee second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you. The next one will be state engineer's office update and Representative Simpson. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, may I make a recommendation to amend the agenda? Just the next item is the last thing that I will have for you. And then we can just turn it over to the SEO. So if we swap items 11 and 12, we can just handle item 12 real quickly and then turn it over to state engineer.
Anybody make a motion to amend the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
It's recommended that we change the agenda item from 11 to 12 and then 12 to 11 by Commissioner Little and seconded by Commissioner Kaylee. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes, so we'll go to now, which is 11 workshop action items, Seminoe account, Director Gebhardt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We mentioned this item briefly yesterday. The legislation presented last year to allow us to terminate a contract between the Water Development Office and the Board of Public Utilities for a water storage account in Seminoe. The language that was presented in the bill requires that the commission determine that no water sales have occurred over the last 10 years and that I will read the entire thing. Until the Water Development Commission determines that the excess water is no longer needed because the water has not been contracted for during the previous 10 years. Upon a determination by the commission that the excess water is not needed and has not been contracted during the previous 10 years, the commission may renegotiate or seek to terminate any existing contract with the city of Cheyenne entered into pursuant this subsection and subsection G of this section. Upon termination of any existing contract entered into pursuant to this subsection and subsection G of this section, the excess water shall no longer be assigned to and marketed by the Water Development Commission. So we have not sold any water in the last 10 years. It's been longer than that. And the whole intent of this was to terminate the contract with the city of Cheyenne and the Cheyenne BOPU. So I would ask for a motion that the commission has considered water sales in the last 10 years and that we've determined that we do not need to market the water, and then to allow the director to enter into a termination agreement with the city of Cheyenne to terminate the existing contract. That would be my recommendation to the commission.
Any comments or questions?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, any second?
Second.
Okay, Commissioner Little makes the motion to allow the director to enter negotiations to terminate the Seminoe account with the city of Cheyenne, and Commissioner and somebody Dalton seconds. Is that correct? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Co-chair, I would suggest that we ask for public comment associated with all of the Water Development Commission activities that we've done so far. And then we take a break, and then we invite the state engineer to address the Select Water Committee. And that way members of the commission that need to leave to get home to get their crops in, they can slip out during the break but certainly the rest of you are welcome to stay the rest of the day with us. But yeah, I suggest we open up for public comment and then take a break.
Okay, right now we'll open up for public comment.
Mr. Chairman,
Director
I do
Gebhardt.
have, under public comment, I do have one thing. Yesterday, we had a really nice tour to La Pearl Dam and had a nice picnic at the Ayers National Bridge. And I just wanted to thank some individuals who really did a lot of work. David Ray for cooking and Janet and David for doing all the grocery shopping, Riley Taylor for all the work she did, Greg Kerr and Jason Mead for driving, and not a fun job probably. And then the Colt Rodeman and the La Pearl Irrigation District for a great tour. I just wanted to thank everybody.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Commissioner somebody Dalton?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to say the burgers were delicious and they did a great job and we want to thank them. We all couldn't even eat our meal that much because we ate so much. So thanks a lot for all of it and the great tour from La Pearl. Thank you also.
Thank you. It was, my comment is it was really a nice dinner and well put together. We all had to go in different teams to make it up to the dam and back, but I mean, it was well planned. We got to look at everything and enjoy a good park. Get to see the bridge. Everything was nice. We actually had it on a good day, I hear. Thank you. Okay, now let's see here.
We got a 10-minute break.
10-minute break. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break. Return at Okay. Okay, for the Wyoming Water Development Commission side, I'm gonna ask for a motion to dismiss. Adjourn,
I move to adjourn.
adjourn.
Chairman.
Commissioner and somebody Dalton makes the motion to adjourn, seconded by Commissioner Little. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Wyoming Water Development Commission has adjourned. I'm gonna pass it on over here to Representative Simpson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and commissioners, you're welcome to stay and participate. We sure enjoy our relationship with you and appreciate all you do for us. Members, it's not unusual for us during interim meetings to invite agency heads to come and just visit with us a little bit about what's going on in their agency, so we're able to still stay abreast with them. And so we've asked our state engineer, Craig Lanning, to come and report to us, let us know that he still exists and that his department is still open for business. So Greg, we turn the time over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee and members of the commission. It's my privilege. I'm Greg Lanning. I'm your state engineer and the director of the state engineer's office. And I enjoy giving updates. I'm running up to about, well, next November, I'll be 2 years as your state engineer. But even still, with the updates I've been given, they tend to kind of repeat themselves, you know, and I found myself asking myself, you know, how can I make it new and interesting and different, you know? And the fact is, you know, since the dawn of time, the snow's accumulated and the water comes off, and that hydrology and those facts don't change, you know. But I can't help but start with talking about the weather. And since it's one of the top 3 topics, no matter what group we're in, weather's fun to talk about in some ways. Since I've been here, all I've been seeing is red, you know, and that's unfortunate. In these diagrams, red is bad. And you can see even from that distance that especially Southwest United States is bad. And this is the drought index map. And there's some excellent websites, and all you have to do is search, you know, drought index, and you get to these really excellent reports as to its effect and what it looks like. There's even a slider bar on there. You know, you can say what it looked like last year and how bad is it this year, for instance. And so you can compare across time as to what that might look like. In Wyoming, it's last year we had drought in central Wyoming in particular, and then some parts of southern Wyoming. And we had a contest to name that monster. It kept growing over time. But the fact is, it started last year, and then it's evolved. Just in the last couple of weeks, it's gotten a little worse in Wyoming. But in general, not as bad as Southwest United States in particular. But it was over a period of 2 years that last year wasn't a very, you know, it was hot and dry last year, and we didn't have the spring rains. We didn't have the monsoonal rains as well. We had full reservoirs and we had good snowpack. And this year, not so bad snowpack, you know, and decent reservoir elevations. But the continuation of the hot and dry, if you will. But the effects of last year really dried out the soil in particular, you know, so a lot of projections to snowpack and its snow water equivalent didn't make it to live streams and didn't make it to storage, you know, so the soil moisture content is a big issue. And so as we're heading into the second year, we do have decent storage but we tend to stop hoping or start beginning to hope that we don't have another year like this year. And I'll talk just a little bit about that portion of Southwest United States, because that's the Colorado River Basin in particular. And I'll update you just briefly on that as well. There is what happens is when we sit around the coffee shop or even in our office and talk to, the hydrographer commissioners out in there in the field, and they say, what does hot and dry mean? And they said, well, they'll tend to tell you, well, gee, not since 2013 or maybe even 2002. And those are a couple landmark periods in time where it was hot and dry the last time. And so you can find a graph that looks like this. And again, it's not going to be easy to see us. Well, actually, it's not that bad on the TV as well. But this is our most recent. This is the accumulation of all those red spots and orange spots on that map. And then this goes back in time. So this is this year and last year. This is 2013. And then when you get back into 2002, 2003, you can see a lot of red and orange, and that it's very graphic, and it says 1,000 words to say the least. What happened in 2002 and 2003, and what we guard for or hope doesn't happen, is when they get back to back, that really taxes our storage, and then we're unable to deliver water. And so we're hoping for a good winter and a good snowpack in particular. As a result, last year when I first got here, as well as this year, we put out orders for emergency stock water use. So we have to, in some cases, keep water in the stream for stock watering. And then we also put out emergency orders for the use of water for wildland firefighting. And that's like last year as well. And those orders just simply, kind of cut the red tape, if you will, and allow that water to be used in an emergency situation.
Senator Hicks, do you have a question?
Yeah, Greg, on that emergency orders for the stock water, I know I was aware of one that was issued last year on Owl Creek and reviewed that. The question that I had on those is, how does the Board of Control go about determining the amount of beneficial use and where that beneficial use, which is livestock water? And the issue that came up, as my recollection is there was a lot more water that was being released for stock water than the amount of stock that had access to it could ever drink, and it created a little bit of a concern from some of the irrigators that had to shut off associated. So, so how do you go about making that determination that if there's a termination of use for stock water, that how much is actually going to be used by the stock? And obviously there's conveyance loss issues that go into that.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, that your last comment, obviously, and I was going to point to that almost to begin with. Owl Creek ultimately ended up in a decision or an appeal to me, as a matter of fact. And so I looked into the facts of that particular circumstance. By the time it was late summer, and so I had all winter to look at it and as well as talk to the complainants in particular. But the orders generally start with the irrigation districts and the water users to begin with. So we look for a good deal of the majority of the water users wanting this to happen to begin with. And then we have discretion beyond that to allow water to stay in the stream as well. In Owl Creek in particular, we were trying to get water all the way down, to the lower end. And so for the most part, and I'm convinced of this too, we had to push a lot of water at the top because once you dry up the channel, it takes a while to get it saturated and back to the point where you can move water, and especially down at the lower end and the lower reaches. So it may have appeared as if there was a lot of water going at the top, but to get to where we wanted to water the cattle at the lower end, that's what it took. There wasn't any great science to it, by the way, and I don't know of any at least.
Yeah, just an observation. It's been my observation over the years. The majority usually always wants what the minority has and usually gets it.
Well, just so you know, we also,
But anyway.
Mr. Chairman, we
yeah.
do watch the stream to make sure there aren't any other diversions, that wouldn't happen otherwise. I
Yeah.
mean, we continue to watch where the water goes and that it's not being abused.
Well, and I think that's just the issue. That's just more of an art form than a science as you get into this scenario. But anytime somebody is in order to turn off and then they drive down to the end of the dish and seeing it running past the point of beneficial use, it creates a little consternation on their part, rightfully so. So I'm glad you're the guy that has to do those.
The language in the statute, and I think it's even in the Constitution, is, man and beast. And so those are definitely priority uses on the water. I could talk to you and this group forever, and I know all of you have water. I mean, water's everything we do. I mean, I'm a little thirsty now. So I could talk for hours, and I don't want to, but I think, do we 10 minutes total? Is that what you're thinking, Mr. Chairman? Is that fair? Okay. So when you look at the Southwest United States, then in the Colorado River Basin, the stresses there are far greater than they are, generally speaking, in the state of Wyoming. But that then comes upriver and it affects us, as the upper basin states. There's 4 upper basin states in the compact and 3 lower basin states. And those issues are, there's a couple in particular. One is the interim guidelines related to the management of the river, the Colorado River in general. And it's the 2 large reservoirs and the elevations in those reservoirs. Back in 2007, they sent some guidelines related to what those elevations should be, how they should release water, and what the trigger points are. Those are called the 2007 interim guidelines. Those are being renegotiated and are due in 2026, so 5 years from now, those interim guidelines. So we're in the process of just kind of queuing up for that in particular. Not much has happened other than just setting the ground rules for that process. But in the middle of all this, oh, by the way, last year on the Colorado River, what normally comes down there is on the order of 13 to 15 million acre feet. 13 to 15 million acre feet. What actually arrived last year was 3.5 million acre feet. So a serious issue related to the inflows related to the Colorado River in those 2 large reservoirs. And then y'all are, I'm sure, paying attention to the news and some of the stresses out in California in particular. But the junior users on that are Arizona, the state of Arizona, the Central Arizona Project, City of Phoenix, Tucson. Some real serious issues related to water and water delivery on the Colorado River. We call that DROA, Drought Response Operations. And so in the process of discussing 2000 interim guidelines, there's this elephant in the room, if you will, related to these issues related to drought. The Colorado River in general has been in drought for about 20 years. And each year they call it a structural deficit of about 1.5 million acre feet a year. And so over 20 years, that's what's drawn these reservoirs down as low as they are. So that's a really brief overview on the Colorado River. But if we stack 2 years like that together on the Colorado River, Lake Powell and Lake Mead will be in some serious trouble, quite frankly. We hope for a more normal year, back up towards 12 or 13 million acre feet. But you might remember a lot of that water in the snowpack didn't come off because of soil moisture content. And that doesn't happen overnight either, or in a year, for instance. It usually takes several years to come up with the soil moisture just to get the water to the points of, in this case, those 2 large reservoirs. So in the rest of the state of Wyoming, I drew up, we have teacup, we call them teacup diagrams. It's an easy, fast look at the reservoirs in the state of Wyoming. Seminoe is about 36%, Pathfinder is about 64%. Pathfinder is regulated much differently. It's the water for it's the North Platte project that was developed in the early 1900s for a lot of irrigation downstream of us. And when we get close on that system, we go into allocation. And so we know exactly how much water is in those reservoirs and how much needs to be delivered downstream. And so it's carefully planned and meted out. And so at 64% in Pathfinder, that's quite frankly not bad also in that reservoir. Bear Lake, we're in the Bear River on the western side of the state. There's discussions as to pulling Bear Lake below what its normal operating level is after delivering water for irrigation. So the commission over there is looking at changes in operations there as well. So Bear Lake and the Bear River system is a little stressed also. As a matter of fact, it went into regulation, we priority regulation. So priorities back in the 1800s on Bear Lake in particular, pretty early in the season. And so that's a little inflows to a lot of the reservoirs in the state of Wyoming, are 20 to 30% less than what they were or what they are on average, to give you an idea in the state of Wyoming. So after since I've been here and I do these SEO updates, I usually roll into budget because budget has a tremendous effect on our operations at the state engineer's office, as does anyone. And although it's a little tongue-in-cheek, all these red diagrams, after I put them down and talk about weather, I pick them back up and it says, my budget looks just like this too. And it's we all know exactly what happened to our budgets last year. When I first got here, we went through a routine budget year. And then it was about 2 months after that COVID struck. And then it was about 3 months after that, some serious revenue issues in the state of Wyoming. And so the general funds had to go through stepped reductions, which includes the state engineer's office, a good portion of it. The water development funds, the board of control. So that's our the board of control are the 4 superintendents and myself, and we adjudicate water rights generally. And then board of control also includes all of our hydrographers that regulate water out in the state. That's about a $13 million biennial budget. So that's funded through water development, but the general fund side of that is pretty much all our operations in Cheyenne for permitting, staffing, and these kinds of things. It's about equal in size to the board of control. And so through the budget reductions, it was about a $2 million budget reduction on a $13 million budget, for instance. It amounted to 15% reductions. For us, it was the elimination of 6 more positions. So over a 10-year period, what used to be 148 employees in the state engineer's office is now 114. So 148 employees to 114. And I wonder often, I don't have a long enough period with them to know what that true effect is, but we're busy. Thank you very much. We no longer have a deputy state engineer. We don't have an administrative assistant to my position. And so a lot of, the top end stuff, is slower, doesn't get done as well as it used to. We also lost, I think this came up in conversation, safety of dams position as well in that process. And we can talk more on that, but later, only if we find time. A couple groundwater technicians and then our support services, which is our computer side of things, we lost that administration position. There's some nuances to that, were those strategic or were they coincidental? And I won't go into that necessarily, but the effects of budget reductions are pretty profound, I think, on our agency. we're going to talk about a couple of, so my last report out, Mr. Chairman, is on legislation. It's relatively a light legislative year from my perspective. We'll talk a little bit about orphan rights today, disposition of water rights. We have a discussion and a bill on livestock water rights on federal lands. This has to do with whose names are on the permits in particular on federal lands. We have some legislation related to committees. A few years ago, there was an efficiency report that included several things that the state is looking at, but that also includes boards and commissions and whether or not they're still effective and how that might affect budget. So through the efficiency report a few years ago, we're looking at groundwater committee in particular. Produced water and water liability is the other term we use. And Encore Green will be speaking to that later. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Director. Appreciate the update. Does anyone have any questions for the Director?
You have one simple
Commissioner
question
Stuker, go
that I'd
ahead.
like to ask, if I may,
Please.
I was just curious about there being any advantage to the increase of our cloud seeding by additional participation from other states or entities. I know we're hearing about the Colorado PAC, and we know what that is. We know that the head of the water comes from Wyoming. And we know we're cloud seeding, but would any additional make a difference in your opinion?
You know, that's a category that we love to talk about. And yet, you know, it's new water. You know, it's not water that we historically see. And so new water, you know, this additional water through weather modification is it's an interesting topic, to say the least. I know we have a real robust system already, and I know downstream states already pay for a good deal of the, you know, cloud seeding up in our area as well. And I know they did in Colorado as well, you know. That's about all the farther I need to go, because if you needed more information on that, I know Mr. Weathermod is sitting in the room and can speak to it far better than I can. And so there are percentages as to how much water that adds. I think there's a point where there's a point of no return or limited return. You know, there's only so much you can do to get so much water, you know, and so I know we're on that curve as well. You know, so in terms of, is there more we can do? I'm not entirely sure, but I have a feeling you know, we've got some science that could tell us, and maybe in a future report on the commission could ask for an update on weather mod and its effectiveness.
Thank you, because I know ski slope is the same way. We can't ski unless we make snow right up to the early part of the year. So
It's just awful hard to do when you're skiing.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Oh.
Thank you, Jim. I just have one question in regards to Keyhole. I ran into some issues up there this year with the Bureau of Rec and the fact that I had producers in my area up there that have water in the reservoir, but when asked to have that water released, they were told by the Bureau of Rec that they couldn't release their water until South Dakota called for their water, because they said the release amount was so low for that particular producer or several producers that it would scour the gate and thereby create problems for them. And so they had to wait until South Dakota called for their water before they could release it. And so what is, you know, how does that work? I mean, I'm watching Wyoming, you know, agriculture dry up because South Dakota at that time getting some very no more than 50 miles away from us up there. There was no call for water for South Dakota. There was no foreseeable call at that point for them to have water needs based on how much rainfall they were getting. what can be done, if anything, with the Bureau of Rec to be able to provide smaller releases to Wyoming cooperators over there in that district and allow them access to the water they've got stockpiled in that reservoir without having to have the call. So is there anything one can do for them? It was sad. I mean, I watched people that were irrigating being shut off and watching their crops dry up because South Dakota just said they could use water. And they were not willing to open the gate far enough to allow them to have their water until South Dakota called for it. Is there anything that can be done, or that's just kind of a temporary use?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Yeah, Representative Nyman, I'm familiar with when that circumstance came up. And, you know, and so through Hewlett, this is, I'm sorry, is it, we okay?
Please, sorry.
Thank you. No, no worries. Is that, you know, the stream was pretty dried up in Hewlett, you know, and I got photos back from our hydrographer on that at that time in those circumstances. And these are not routine, you know, generally we got plenty of water, and whether or not being delivered at, you know, it's coincidental. And therefore our Wyoming water users usually get their water. What happened here was it was dry in Wyoming, and as you pointed out, it was the storms tend to be hitting the Dakotas, and therefore we weren't getting these larger calls. This is a reservoir operated by Reclamation, the Bureau of Reclamation, and so you know, it's up to them to do these plans. And your question was, is there anything we can do different? The circumstance is, and I think you're about right, it's the water that goes downstream on a call to the lower states is about 100 CFS. And so in the same discussion we had earlier, when the stream can hold the water, you know, and it's not dry and you can push that kind of water down, it makes sense to move that kind of water. The Wyoming demands were on the order of 10, you know, 12 CFS, so about a tenth of that. And to get that water down, you would have to, in terms of conveyance losses, you know, double or triple that amount. And so Reclamation looks at that and they figure it's better that we piggyback, you know, Wyoming's water on these larger calls. It turned out, and I think we were only under that circumstance for about a week, fortunately, because I think the water started coming, you know, not that long after. But I understand, you know, when we're drying up crops and what do we do? And I understand the one water user in particular. So what are we going to do in the future? Well, we had great discussions with Reclamation to begin with. We hope that, you know, these graphs don't continue as well. And then you have access, you have right to that water. I know I talked to the Director of Water Development a little bit, you know, if you get directly to your water, and this may be a drought resilience type of operation, we have water in the reservoir and then we need it about 30 miles downstream. It's probably not that much of a pipe, you know, to deliver 10 CFS in particular, that rather than run it down the stream where there's some pipeline alternatives, you know, in future drought circumstances. You know, do we build in drought resiliency? And this isn't the only example, by the way. There's other circumstances like this where we might be wanting to look at some projects like this. If this is our future, you know, if we're dealing with less water and getting more precise on its deliveries, then we probably need better control of it to get it there.
With the Bureau of Rec holding about 100,000 acre feet in the
Yeah, it's currently about 72% full. Yeah.
What and how would a person approach Bureau of Rec about possibly purchasing some of that, allowing these producers to want to do that and purchasing some of Bureau of Rec's water that is set? Not necessarily that districts, but maybe get a little bit more water to help, you know, recharge the size so we can get water down and work with and say, we have a water, you know, instead of spending all this big head and try to recharge the size as it's dried out. Cooperation with Bureau of Rec. At a little higher level, because of the volume, which save water on South Dakota's call or the other. were the mechanical means blocking that river off.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, there were logs and rocks, and shovels. Yeah, okay. They just seemed to show up, We'd be happy to partner with you, and I think those are all possibilities. The district itself may want to take those losses and charge them to their account. Or they may want to buy into other, change contracts in the reservoir itself. But we'd, either myself or our hydrographers or the superintendent would be happy to join, set up conversations with reclamation on that.
Thank you, Director Lanning. Appreciate you being here, and we'll let you sit back and we'll visit with you later. Is Beth Calloway here? Oh, there's Beth. Would you please come up? Okay, we're on item number 14 on your agenda. Let me explain to you the background here. Folks, Senator Steinmetz and Senator Hicks and I sit on the Appropriations Committee. And in our last meeting, there was a lot of discussions. You may recall a lot of the bills to appropriate ARPA money was floating through the legislature for special interest groups. And the Appropriations Committee captured all those and put them into one bucket. And they approached us on the Appropriations Committee and said, are there any water projects that you want to put in the mix that would be considered for these funds that we're going to be appropriating in February when we go back to the legislature? And so it generated a lot of discussion and a lot of thought on our minds. And so what we've done is we've asked Director Gephardt to produce a list of water projects that may be considered that we might want to throw out the Appropriations Committee to be in a position to consider using some of these ARPA funds for. And the thought would be, if we can use that 100% grant money for that purpose, then it'll save money in our regular accounts so that we have more money to spend on other projects as they become available. So with that background, you can glance down over Director Gephardt's note he's left on your desk in front of you. It's underneath all your paperwork. On page 2 is the list of projects. Now, we just approached him the other day, and he and his staff did a brainstorming meeting, and they put all that together. And so here's a list. It's not all comprehensive, and it's probably too big of a list, but it's for our consideration today. So we've asked Beth to come and talk to us. As you may recognize Beth, she's out of the governor's office. And we want to know what the governor is thinking about this ARPA money to see if it's consistent and in line with our thoughts about trying to do some water projects with it. So Beth, welcome. We turn the floor over to you to share your thoughts with us.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee and commission, for the invitation to come speak with you today. It's nice to be here in person. And as the chairman mentioned, I'm the governor's senior policy advisor on water related matters. So you see me here often when I can be, and I am his advisor in addition to the rest of the staff on these general discussions around infrastructure and recovery. So what I would like to convey to you today is just a kind of a recap of what Policy Director McKay presented to the Joint Appropriations Committee about the governor's views on recovery, federal funds, as well as, kind of a larger framework and his vision for economic recovery for the state of Wyoming in the future. So as you may recall, back in June, the governor released a planning framework designed to discuss his views on, how to leverage resources, including federal relief funds, and that'll be related to our discussion on ARPA today, to make sure that Wyoming thrives for the years to come. And that strategy we're coining as the Survive, drive, and thrive strategy. In essentially that view is that the funds, any federal funds that come to the state of Wyoming should be spent strategically to maximize the benefits to the state. In that strategy, he outlined criteria that he thinks that the state should be using in context to ARPA funding. But the main overall message is, the governor really wants to be thoughtful about how these investments may benefit the people who have to eventually pay these funds back over time, and that means future generations. Some of the identified criteria in that discussion that he outlined included, really just around the concept of thinking long-term. So what is the long-term impact of using these funds and investments, making sure not to replenish budget cuts unless they can be sustained over time, supporting ideas that are really revolving around stimulus over relief. So thinking longer term, leveraging matching or buy-in programs, and essentially creating capacity for the future. So that's pretty much what goes into the survive, drive, and thrive strategy. There's multiple phases to that, and it's not thinking just for the now, it's thinking about over time how this might evolve. So as far as 2021 is concerned, you can kind of think it from the governor's perspective. He views us still in the survive mode, and that's around crisis management. So as far as where the federal monies are being spent, he views this more appropriately to be spending out what we have of CARES Act money, which is the stimulus money from last year that we already have, before dipping into any other federal funds like the ARPA money at this time. So generally speaking, and I'll just say this is what I know. I'm not the primary advisor on ARPA. This is what I know as it relates to water infrastructure and what we're concerned about today. So Wyoming will get $1.9 trillion in ARPA funds. And the key point here is that those funds are going to be available quite a bit longer than the CARES Act money we're going to be available. So we have until the end of 2024 to obligate those funds for Wyoming, and then the end of 2026 to spend them out. The Treasury Department has issued interim guidance on how ARPA money can be spent. There are 4 general categories on ARPA funding, and that's going towards supporting public health response, addressing negative economic impacts, providing equity-focused services, and then replacing lost revenue. And as far as water infrastructure is concerned, I think most of you are probably aware of this already. The guidance includes specific requirements that funds may be used toward eligible uses that are aligned to the EPA State Revolving Fund, Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund programs. So I think that's why we've talked about the SRF leading up until now. So the second phase of the governor's strategy, the drive phase, focuses on Wyoming's big problems. So getting out of crisis management into the true needs and the significant opportunities for the state of Wyoming. That's what he'd like to look at as well. There are 11 broad goals under that strategy, but that's where infrastructure fits. And that's where he's starting to think about water infrastructure in particular. When you talk about funding for that side of things, that could mean multiple sources in addition to the ARPA money that will be coming to the state of Wyoming. So you're probably following the federal infrastructure bill that just passed the Senate a couple days ago. Still a moving project here, but that will be going over to the House for additional tweaking, and then of course reconciliation. So what we're seeing today is a good glimpse of what could possibly be in there, but it's still in process right now. So, we've got the ARPA money, we've got the infrastructure money. There might be other federal programs. We're already talking about SRF. It's great discussions to have. But in general, the governor wants to leverage other dollars as much as possible and be strategic about that. So that means finding partnerships and making sure that whatever gets prioritized, if they're funded through those programs, is sustainable in the long run. So it's kind of harkening back to that long-term strategy. So just no matter how we do it, I think the governor's view is that we need to make sure that we're efficient and we're effective if we're going to use the federal money. So, thank you for the invitation to come here and speak with you today. I think, as I understand, Director Gebhardt's got this list attached to the memo that addresses, twofold projects that are eligible for ARPA money using the strict interpretation of the guidelines for ARPA. And so that includes EPA SRF eligibility projects. And then also identifying potential projects that could be targeted if that federal guidance comes out and is broadened. And we're hearing indications that that might happen. A couple of states have requested, the broadening of the interpretation of, infrastructure beyond just clean water or drinking water and wastewater. And I think of Wyoming's interest, and I know of the governor's, if we start talking about aging infrastructure, especially tied to irrigation related uses, that's really something he wants to make sure is included in that discussion and in that possibility. So if you ask the governor, if we have an officially ranked list of projects right now that might fit into what ARPA is looking for, that's not ready. We don't have that at this time. We plan to get one. But again, this is kind of thinking a little bit longer term rather than, trying to get something out the gate right now. So that's what I'll be tasked with doing. I'm going to be working with the policy director, Rennie McKay, on that, and would love to hear the committee's ideas and thoughts. Our office stands ready to work with you on developing a process around that and making sure that, everyone's goals and opportunities are aligned as best as possible. So with that said, one thing I wanted to bring up would just be an idea. Aside from an explicit list that we're talking about today that I think the committee will probably want to dive into is thinking more broadly about process. And, if we're going to get into the realm of strategic planning and, leveraging the best bang for the buck, maybe that's something that we can continue to discuss. And that means, what you'll see from Director Gebhardt's discussion is, this list is kind of a snapshot in time. And so these are projects that have come to the Water Development Office that have sponsors, at this state in the game, but there could potentially be other projects out there. And especially if the guidance ends up being broadened, that you will see a lot more demand for, or maybe, if you want to rank it in terms of what's critical, what's in need of funding for repairs, for example, we may not see that in this list right now, but could we develop a process where we could go out and start identifying those opportunities from a statewide perspective and kind of weighing those together to develop a priority list? So, I think, that would be something I would suggest looking into, perhaps in addition to what you want to accomplish today. And I think the Water Development Commission or Office and, of course, everybody in the executive branch would be standing ready to work with you on that. So with that said, I can stand for questions, and I'm also available plenty after this meeting too.
Thank you, Beth. Does anyone have any questions for Beth? Okay. Oh, Lisa. Please.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Beth, for the presentation. If you're looking at using ARPA funds for health or and even for water, clean water, we've been asking in Sweetwater County for years and years to get funding for the Bitter Creek. It has E. coli. It's a danger to children. It's, I think, a health risk. I think it's, a problem. And I'm just wondering if it somehow could also be considered within this scope of the issues, just because we've started small pieces of it, but it is a big issue in our area. And I think there's other people here on the committee that would help me out with that idea. Representative Banks, for example.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, thank you. I would just say, as long as ultimately it's determined to be eligible for funding, I mean, I think that's something that a well-defined process and a methodology for, weighing all the requests, because we could anticipate quite a few coming through the pike, would be helpful in determining, so that, your community could have a better idea of where it might sit in terms of funding and future opportunities.
Thank you. So members, here's what I'd like to have us do. Take your list. Let's have a look at it. So I'd like a motion that directs Abigail to prepare two bills, one for the drinking water side and one for the irrigation side. The irrigation side may not qualify for ARPA money. But we don't know. The rules are still being promulgated. And so we want a bill there in case we can swing that in. And then on the clean water side, we think that it's more likely that they do qualify for ARPA money. And so what we want to do is create a list that will just be a starting point. This is not finalized by any means. So in November, when we meet next, we'll have a lot more information and we'll know how to finalize, because this is actually going to be two bills. It's going to be processed, sponsored by the Select Water through the legislature and be handed to the Appropriations Committee to put with all the other basket of requests. And so it's really just kind of our ideas of if we're going to spend money on water, which we're all advocates for, then this is a starting point, and we're going to tweak this list in November. So here's what I propose. Now, these projects have all gone through either level 1 or level 2 studies. So they are already have previously been analyzed. They're on the table, ready to be advanced. You notice in the right-hand column, the staff has put in whether the project is probable that it'll advance or unknown. So here's what I'd propose to you. I think we ought to take all the irrigation projects and put them on the list for right now in that particular bill. Let's put them in there and see what shakes out in the next 3 or 4 months. They're all probable projects. Like I say, we may not get any of these funded through ARPA funds, but that's okay. At least we're going to try, and we're going to get our hat in the ring with all the other needs around the state. So that's where we would like to start with the irrigation. I recommend all of them go into this proposed new bill. On municipal, so interesting enough, we only have about 5 that actually is probable that they would advance within the next year or so. That has not already, these do not include projects that we've already appropriated money for. These are brand new projects that we would accept level 3 applications for. So I would propose that we take all the probable ones, and then we also would ask committee members, looking down through the list, do you know of any projects that are in your area that you know of that have been holding meetings and advancing that maybe our staff doesn't know about, that you think should be converted into probable that we should add to the list today? So that's my question for you. Do you have any projects on there that are unknown that you think ought to be adjusted to probable to go onto this list?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Please.
Thank you. I just wanted to explain a little bit about the list and some of the difficulties that we had in developing it. The origin of this list is from the list that is presented in the legislative report every year. And that list is just a brain dump from our internal folks as to what could come. And so that was the initial starting point for this list. And then we had a staff meeting and we kind of talked about, what have you heard? What do you think? But we haven't vetted this with sponsors. We don't know if they're coming to us or not. So the list is really just our idea of what could come. And I think the memo tried to explain that. Where we haven't vetted this, we haven't prioritized anything, but also the thing that I keep hearing is the amount of time that we have to spend ARPA money. If we've only got 6 years to spend that money, we're not sure which of these projects are ready and will be able to be completed in that time frame. And we haven't done any eligibility analysis, particularly with the guidelines that we see now. SRF being kind of the high level guidance that we have right now. If it's eligible for SRF, it's going to be eligible for ARPA, is what we say. These have not been vetted by any means to that. And so I don't know what I'm trying to caution you on. I'm just trying to explain how we came up with this list. It's a regurgitation of what we know, essentially, is all it is.
Very good. That was very important. I apologize to you for not letting you give that explanation to begin with. So this is a beginning list of projects we think are going to go forward. Between now and November, we can add or subtract from the list and fine tune it as you go out into the communities and learn more about your needs out there. Does everyone understand?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Seems to me like we've got a little bit of time to work on this. I'd like to get to, if this is cross-reference with the SRF projects that are on that list, through DEQ. I don't know if your office had a chance to look at their priorities and do a little more research along those lines. I think that we've got the time to do that. Given that, what I don't want to do is waste our staff attorney's time at this point in time. Maybe we continue to work on this. We'll have better information at our November meeting as far as eligibility and everything else. So I think it's a work of art to do our due diligence, make sure that we've consulted with SRF, worked with the staff, get input. I don't know at this time and that we need a bill draft as much as we need to be working to prepare for a bill draft. And I think that's kind of the suggestion. Is that, Brandon, is that consistent with what you're thinking?
Mr. Chairman, I do believe that we've got, before this would go on a bill, I think we should spend some more time evaluating and actually learning what's eligible and what the restrictions are. Because another question I have is, are these projects that are coming through water development that we're pushing forward, are they sponsor driven, and will they apply directly for these funds? So there's some of those questions too, is what's the conveyance avenue of money? Does it come through water development, going directly to them? Because that changes a lot of things as well.
And Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I was broke down and unable to make it to the last appropriations committee where this was. So was it the direction to do a separate bill or to bring the list and they would incorporate into the existing budget? And I don't know what that discussion was. So if you guys could provide some clarification on that, it would be helpful.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we were going to incorporate it and that we were supposed to work on it. We didn't have any idea as far as what would qualify at that point, and we've maybe seen a little more trickle out. But I wonder if the prudent thing wouldn't be for us to form a working group to work on this in between, like we kind of do, splitting up duties on appropriations and because I think there's a lot to it. I think Beth made a really good point about having a process in place. And so even when we get the guidance, we'll have to have some kind of a process in place to vet who qualifies. And so Director Scoggins, for everybody's information, came and talked to us, and she thought that anything that qualifies through SRF, whether it be drinking water or clean water, state revolving fund, would qualify for ARP money. But we don't know if I don't think we know if that's coming into their office or how that would be distributed yet. Whether, how it's all going to work. So it's a great opportunity for us. I appreciate you guys getting the list done, and we didn't have any of that information at appropriations yet. So I think our job was to collect the information and bring it back to the appropriations committee. But that would probably, in my mind, also include some kind of a process for how people are selected. It may be very simple how they qualify, but as in other programs we've seen, when everybody comes in and puts their request in, you have to decide how you're going to select the applicants. So anyway, those are my thoughts.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, just to kind of build on that, I really want to take a look, because last year we actually turned back federal dollars in the SRF because of the lack of demand. And so I don't think we'd want to just fund everything through ARPA. In fact, if there was an opportunity to use the existing SRF program, which we may blend those in some form or fashion with those, but I think that gets back to the process and working through that. Obviously, we want to maximize the use of those, because those are one-time funds. SRF or a continuing flow of funds, then, and they've got a loan forgiveness program and a percentage and interest rates with that, but we may very want to direct some of these people to use the SRF and then backstop it or provide some additional financial assistance with ARPA. So I think there's some questions out there that I like Senator Steinmetz says maybe we just need a small working group to start fleshing some of these information out, and or anybody on the committee that wants to volunteer their time. But I guess Mr. Chairman, that would be my recommendation as we kind of go that direction. But I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Let's have some more discussion.
Mr.
Please.
Chairman, I guess a question I would ask, kind of trying to get back to what the direction you were trying to go is, might be directed toward Abigail more than the rest of us. Would it be beneficial in advance to set up some kind of a template bill for these ARPA funds, to have that done before we flush out all of this, before we have the process determined? Would that be helpful to the LSO? Because what seems to happen about November, they just get everything piled on all at once, and all the adjustments and all the amendments. And I'm just wondering from Abigail, what would be better for you would it be beneficial to work on something you know you're going to have some kind of a bill coming from us?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would say if I draft the bill now, that's always beneficial. I mean, and it doesn't change, but if there's substantive changes come November, then it really is a wash. Questions I wrote down was, as you're having this discussion that need to be fleshed out is, are you putting this through the water development program, following their existing processes, or are you going to need something else in a bill? And that to me is the hard part of the bill drafting, getting these projects listed out and filled out.
Other thoughts?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question for the director, because we visited briefly yesterday about the infrastructure bill, and that may be dumping into the SRF as well. And so could that then affect all of this? And do you have any kind of a timeline when you know how that might operate as well?
Well, Mr. Chairman, an infusion of money in the SRF could potentially impact this. As we discussed yesterday too, there's also the question, is the state going to have to match any new money in the SRF? And that could be a significant hit too, if it's a large amount of money. And where is that coming from too? So that's one component. But then, yes, what is the preference for funding these? If we know we're getting an influx of money somewhere else, which is the best avenue to supplant this money, and where do we put it, and how is that funneled? So I do think that that should be fleshed out a little bit too. I don't know when the infrastructure bill will be finalized, but we got a lot of things happening within infrastructure right now. And so some guidance, not only from what money can be used for, but also what is the request. I appreciate the idea of a working group. We'd be happy to participate in that, because we would want some guidance too as to what kind of a final list we would do.
Other thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, I was just thinking on that is this, the question is as to where do you park the money? And I think that's a discussion that has to happen with the Appropriations Committee and then the House and Senate leadership, and also the governor's office. If it's going to be municipal projects, and the nature of those municipal projects, they may not meet eligibility criteria for water development, would go to SLID. Conversely, some projects may end up in water development. And so I think those questions would have to be answered too, as to what's the appropriate place to park the money. And that would have to be a discussion with both the executive branch and the Appropriations Committee. And so I think the idea that we keep working on the list and the process is probably a pretty good idea. But I do have that question. This is right now with I think Abigail highlighted that the real issue is if there's substantive changes, it really doesn't save any time, and not knowing right now where we even want to go with some of those funds is a question. I hate to get ahead of our appropriations committee.
So Senator Steinmetz, maybe what we could report back to the appropriations committee is some gross dollar amounts. We have $100 million. We've got a list of projects and we want to be considered. Maybe that is the next step, and just laying it out to them. Any thoughts on that? Because there is still a lot of rulemaking to happen. There's just a lot that's going on with the federal government that we just won't know the answer to.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I do think that's a good idea with the additional direction. I think Director Gebhardt said that, we still maybe need to reach out to those stakeholders, make sure that they're ready, maybe another little bit extra layer of vetting, if you will, before we present that. But yeah, that would definitely be a good path forward. Just like that thought added, we might want to double check with the folks who'd actually be doing the work, make sure that it is in fact doable.
Good point. And once a road we have to cross is, before we get done, is if this is 100% grant money right now, and are we going to keep it 100% if we isolate projects and they qualify? Or are we going to require a certain percentage of contribution from them that would be a loan amount, just simply so they have skin in the game? And is that going to be the 33%, or what number is that going to be? So yeah, there's still a lot of unknowns that we have to iron out. So let's do this then. Committee, thank you for your advice. Let's not direct Abigail to start with a bill draft at this point in time. Let's take this, we'll report back to the Appropriations Committee and tell them we do have projects that are ready to go, and we just need to know more direction from the Appropriations Committee as to just what that's going to look like. Are we going to work through which agency and which program? And maybe by November and December, we're going to have those answers for us. And it puts us in a position to really specifically identify projects. And of course, we're ignoring the sponsors on this. We're running away and putting their name on lists and without even contacting them. And all that effort can be done once we formalize the plan a little better. Does that sound like an approach?
Mr. Chairman, do you have a plan for the working group in this?
What's your pleasure? Do you want to form a working group, or should we just hold it a little longer and see how it unfolds?
Mr. Chairman, I think given the nature of the magnitude, I mean, we're literally talking hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And so the more upfront planning and discussions that we can have now, the more prepared we'll be for, and even if it's 2 years down the road, I just think it demands the essence that we pay the attention that it deserves at this point in time. And we need to get in gear. And so I would highly recommend that those individuals that want to work, because I can see that we're going to have to be working with DEQ and SLIB, the governor's office, appropriations committee, and then those stakeholders out there also. So I just think there's going to be a lot of upfront process discussions that we have to navigate before we just get to the point where we're appropriating money.
Before the working group, or you suggesting the working group would help
I think the
facilitate
working
that?
group starts to chew on that elephant right now.
Okay, so with that in mind, let's proceed. Who would like to volunteer to be on the working group? Oh, Beth, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the Vice Chairman's comments and all the comments up until now, because I think it all harkens back into planning appropriately. And so one idea I might throw out there is when we're talking about process could be, is there an opportunity for the Water Development Office to work through the commission to, set up a part of a vetting framework for potentially eligible infrastructure projects, in the next omnibus bill, for example. And that could be something that Director Gebhardt and I have spoken about that may not, I don't know what the cost would be or anything like that, but could potentially the Water Development Office kind of shepherd that process where, they take a look statewide at what those needs might be. They come up with a criteria. They, obviously work with other agencies to come up with that criteria, but, they drive that process. And then you have ultimately a program that looks at the whole portfolio of needs. And then over time, if it's not just this immediate year, down the road, we have a system set up where if projects come through that are of immediate need and we have the funding, for example, through stimulus money like this, then it's ready to go. So that would be one suggestion that the committee could consider, and possibly in time for the November meeting, something to work with the Water Development Office on developing.
Good. And Director, you've offered your support to assist in this working group.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Be happy to.
Okay, I'm looking for volunteers,
So I
folks.
volunteer Commissioner Craig and Commissioner Glick, seems how they're not here.
Senator
have-
Senator Steinmetz, you volunteered. Commissioner or Representative Banks, did you volunteer? I was guess it was a scratch. Any other members?
Who? Yeah,
Senator
who's eligible? Is that
French?
the legislators or?
What's your pleasure? Do we just need it on the committee, or can we reach out and include
I
others?
think the committee is the working group, and then we invite all the other entities in. So it was be a committee working group with requested participation from the Water Development Office and members of the commission. We need to have the discussion right now. How broad do you want to include project sponsors into that stuff? So at this point in time, I would say let the working group kind of work through the chairman and to figure some of that stuff
And
out.
invite others. As who was it that was volunteering in the audience? Okay, very good. Yeah, I'll bet you have a vested interest. That would be a good idea for you to volunteer.
He just won't go away, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, he can. Yes, he is. Got $60 million.
I have 3 senators that are volunteered. Do I have any representatives that want to work on this working group? Oh, 2 volunteers down on the end. Very good. Would you? We'll put your name down as a potential guest to come in. Okay. All right, very good. Is everybody good with that?
Do you have a chairman that's gonna whip and spur this?
I'll name the chairman of the working group once I get it organized. Beth, thank you for coming up to visit with us. Director, appreciate your input on this item.
Thank you.
You know what? Do I need to have public input on this discussion? This was an agenda item, and so let's, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this topic? Seeing none, we're going to proceed. Okay, we're now on item 15. Now, folks, it's 10 minutes to noon. We have 3 large items we're going to be discussing in front of us. It's been suggested that we just keep working unless we start dropping at our tables. We're going to keep working. There's food at the table. Feel free to grab something if you need some nourishment. And we're going to keep working through lunch and not break for an hour for lunch. So Director Lanning, would you come forward? We're going to now talk about orphan water rights. Now, committee members, in your packet on item F, tab M, there's some proposed legislation. Now, this is a topic that was extended to us by Management Council and asked us to address it. We've done some things recently in the last few years towards trying to help with an orphan water right. Representative Larson, before we turn the time over to the state engineer, would you give us a definition of what an orphan water right is so that we're all on the same page as we start off?
Boy, you put me on the spot, but I
Sorry.
guess I'll go at it. An orphan water right, in my belief would be like you take like a city, it's built some houses in a subdivision, and they've been there for quite a few years, could be 20 years, where the irrigation district's having issues with it, getting their assessments and stuff like that. And these water rights are just kind of sitting there in limbo. The landowners haven't got together and decided that they're not worth much. I guess I was about to say worth less, but when they don't have a way to get water to them and to be used as permitted, it makes a difficult situation. And so that would be my consideration. We'll see if the state engineer comes up with a different idea. But in the county right now, they have ways to deal with when subdivisions come into the idea of developing, that they deal with the water rights before they're allowed to subdivide. And in the city, that isn't being worked on currently. And it's just an issue that you worry that these water rights are just sitting there. And, by state law, if they're not used within, by their proper permit, in 5 years, there's ways to get those water rights taken away from them. And so I think that's the big issue.
So there are water rights that aren't being appropriately used, that are just hanging out there. And the statutes don't provide a good way for us to manage that from the beginning. And so we end up in an awkward situation.
Yes.
Director Lanning, would you provide us input? Now, you and your staff helped us create this draft piece of legislation. And we're going to get into the draft piece of legislation line item by line item here in a minute. Would you extend to us your thoughts on orphan water rights?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lest I jump to too many conclusions, but in my opinion, and this may help us with our schedule and agenda as well, is that we have talked about this for a while, and we were charged a while back to reach out, develop a stakeholder list. Actually, there was an assignment of a working group at that time also. And then once we've identified stakeholders, to go out and speak to them, in an outreach effort. And so we're a little behind on that. We're a lot behind on that, in my estimation. I'll give you an idea of who we and how we've talked. But in the interest of this meeting, I don't know that, we're necessarily ready for prime time, not having achieved that specific task of outreach and stakeholder identification. With that, I'll give you a real good brief overview on this, so you all can come up to speed if you haven't heard about this already, even though it's been in the works for over a year now. If okay. And
please, that's what we want you to do.
Very good. Whereas back in June 2020, we had an online discussion of this. So June, that was when we headed into a kind of a abnormal session related to COVID issues. But this one was before Select Water, June 3rd, 2020, for an online discussion. August 13, we had another meeting. At that time, Select Water says, hey, good topic, let's go forward and develop a presentation. August 13, then you heard from Lauren Smith, Superintendent Lauren Smith on this particular issue in detail. Select Water did. And then November 4th, both your Abigail, LSO, as well as the AG's office got us to this draft that's in your packet. May 13, 2021, then Select Water then discussed it again and agreed to put it, or like you said, with the help of Management Committee to develop an interim topic around this. since it was an ongoing discussion of a good bill. On in terms of outreach and stakeholder identification, key stakeholders in this case, you'll notice these bills are drafted in titles 15 and title 18, cities and counties. And then you also notice when you picked it up, it says, boy, there's a lot of red ink in there too. Large changes, so to go through it line by line at this time, of course, is your, and we're prepared to go through line by line, but I'll describe generally what those changes are. But knowing that we haven't accomplished our outreach quite as well as we'd like to, we don't necessarily have to go into that detail. To that end, I did speak to the County Commissioners Association, the director, Jeremiah Ryman, May 6th, early spring, and said, as well as not soon thereafter, David Frazier with the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Again, it had to do with their bill or their statutes, and therefore those are the key stakeholders. Beyond that, other stakeholders would be, ag interests. I've spoke, as at stockholders, for instance, on this bill. And then we identified at that time also the Realtors Association, Ms. Kirkbride, which I know that she's interested, and yet I haven't spoken to her at this point. Now, when I talked to county commissioners and WHAM, I said, gee, as we go through the summer, I'm at your disposal. If you have some meetings or some planning association, et cetera, I can speak to your groups in more detail if need be. Unfortunately, we haven't connected yet on that either. And so I think that's going to head through the winter and then into next spring, for instance, for those discussions in more detail as to our changes or proposed amendments to their statutes. Again, we can go into line by line. Representative Larson mentioned, the county statute handles it relatively well. And by the way, these changes are for the front end. If we take care of subdivisions early on, through this process, and we won't be having to deal with them later after they become orphaned, if you will. So this is the front end approach to this. There's probably a lot more discussion and work on, what to do with orphaned rights on the tail end. Also, what to keep in mind, these tend to be very senior water rights that we're talking about. They're irrigation districts that have been in place since the turn of the century for the most part. And then, oh, by the way, development or other things happen to orphan these rights. So it's in our interest, I think, to go find these and make them viable and useful. And one good example of why we'd want to do that is downstream compact requirements. We've heard the date on the Colorado River, 1922. These would predate those. 1907 circa on the North Platte River, where a lot of this development occurs. There are senior rights to that as well. So these orphan rights tend to be senior rights as well. And that's another good reason to pursue this. So if the county then, if the county statutes are in pretty good shape, then all we did was in these amendments and these proposals was to change the county to just slightly to tweak them, even though it doesn't quite look like that. And then to copy and transpose that entirely to the city's statutes, Title 15. So in Title 15, 15-1-415, that we're adding a new subsection that essentially addresses subdivision requirements in the statute. So if we can get in line with other development, water and sewer and roads, as those are being planned and drawn up for subdivisions, please consider water rights. So that's a very much a summary of that. In Title 18, 18-5-306, it's just simply addressing minimum requirements for subdivision permits. In 18-5-316, requirements for large acreage subdivision permits. So out in the county, you can you can divide into two, for instance. What do you do in that case for water rights, and those kinds of larger subdivisions? That, Mr. Chairman, is a summary. And then my take as to where we're at on this this bill and these changes concerning orphan water rights.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions for Director Lanning? And then we're going to open it up to the public, and then we'll start debating the bill at that point in time.
Mr. Chairman. Greg, one of the things that after going through this thing again for about the third or fourth time that becomes pretty apparent to me is it's the sequence of events and the flow that happens. And so I think to understand the ramifications of what we're trying to do, we really need a diagram flow chart, because numerous times it references the Board of Control, and then it references the state engineer, and then it does either an order, and then it has notification to an irrigation district. So it would be very helpful if we had a flow chart to see that progression of events and how it is intended to flow, because I think we may have missed a few things in there. So let me try to illustrate. So it's required that 60 days prior to submission that the subdivider or municipality would provide those to that ditch owner, entity, irrigation district, or whatever. But then it just ends there. So what happens to that information? Now, there's a requirement that they have to submit that, but I don't see any provision that how that information then gets back. So if there was concerns from an irrigation district or a ditch holder, how does that information then get back to the Board of Control of the state engineer? So I think it'd be very helpful if you could put together a flow chart as to, when something happens, who's responsible, and then what's the disposition of the next step once that action occurs. And I think it will help clarify what's going on in the bill. Certainly if this ever makes it to the floor, that's going to be a necessary component. And we might as well start working on it now. Is that something you could have ready by, say, our November meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Very good. Senator French.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having come to this process just 7 months ago, I have a question on page 5, line 12, that paragraph in the new red language. If the subdivision will create a significant additional burden or risk of liability to the irrigation district, company, association, or remaining appropriators, including appropriators on an unauthorized ditch. And here's the part that I need to get clarified. The owner shall provide an adequate and responsible plan to reduce or eliminate the additional burden or risk of liability. To me, that adequate and responsible, most of us understand that, but if you have you have a plan and you're coming before an irrigation district board, the majority of that board generally up our way is there's 5 members, so a majority is 3. What happens if they say, well, that's not responsible? I mean, who's making the determination that, well, that's responsible or that's not responsible, or that's adequate or that's not adequate? I would like to somehow tweak that language so it's, I think Senator Hicks mentioned it, that it's a process. You want to develop some land, you come before the irrigation district, you notify them, then within of your plan, and then within whatever 30 days or something, they meet with you and they state their infrastructure, their buried lateral, their drop lines, their open drains, their buried drains, their whatever, so that everybody knows, and then meet one more time, that developer with the district, that, okay, I've included this, Then as it goes through the process, and then the commissioners sign off on it, and they sign the final plat, everything's in order. Everybody knows what the process is. This seems to put in their personalities. You know, it's like you have three people that, you know, I don't like that Tim French. And we're going to drag our feet on this thing, or we're going to say that's not a responsible plan, or that's not adequate. I'd like to get it more to a process type thing. Do you get where I'm kind of going with this? That's
Director,
my
do you have-
comment on that language.
Do you have that was a question, I think.
Yeah, that was a long question.
Director, it looks like you brought that paragraph forward out of the city. It was already there in the city section. You brought it forward into the county section. But it does cause you to stop and think about what is a property owner, if he has a ditch through his property, what kind of liability is he transferring onto the irrigation company and vice versa? Do you have any comments before we move on?
No, I don't, Mr. Chairman, other than I understand the concern. And we'll go back and take a look at it and try to take that subjectivity out of there and develop more of a process version of that. Unless Abigail has any, specific comment related to the discussion on liability.
Abigail?
Thank you.
None? Okay, Director, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Being an ex manager of an irrigation district, particular with Senator French, I see his concerns, and I'd like to help out where I could also. I know a time frame is very important. And I think they've had that issue with counties also, where the irrigation district's involved, or other ditch companies or such. But I can see where it needs to be out in the open that, if they're going to build houses there, the ditch company shouldn't be liable for groundwater, in a basement or such. That needs to make sure that it's in. I think it needs to be in the subdivision, as they're developing, that the owner coming in, you have no recourse on this with an irrigation district or a ditch company, that type of thing. And the easements need to be dealt with. And I think they are already at the county level, but also in the city, they need to be dealt with.
Very good. Any other questions for Director Lanning? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a couple of questions. On page 8, we have that staff comment that there's no statutory authority to do this right now. And so we would need that, if you could comment on that and the written certification. And then the other part that I'm wondering about with the reduction in staff and all of that, and you say you're having some troubles keeping up with everything. Are we adding more of a burden to you and making it more cumbersome to get all of this done, and creating more bureaucracy in the system? So if you could just comment on that, if you think that might be a credible thought or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
And Mr. Senator Steinmetz. I really appreciate that question. The second half especially. As for the Board of Controls rules and regulations currently provide for authorization without specific statutory authority. The first thing that comes to my mind is there's a lot of work left to do on rules in general with the state engineer's office. It wasn't that long ago, we had an initiative to, go through all agencies to go through rules and it got real complicated in our world because we had some authorization in some statutes and not in others, groundwater especially. So we have all these changes sitting on the shelf that have been there for quite a few years, quite frankly. And that's quite a process and a burden to get through that. And so the the staff comment was through the LSO and the AG's office. So I'll have to get back specifically as to what that was drilling down to. Staff reductions and, I didn't go into it, Mr. Chairman, but in my SEO report, I actually had a section that said, excuses and, and I don't like excuses anymore than anybody else. And I even wrote a note to myself, don't sound like you're whining in any way. Just get the job done. And so I didn't necessarily bring that up, but reduced staff is a big issue. And it points to me, to get a lot of this work done in particular. And I can go into all my other obligations that I want to, be good at in particular and not so good in some other areas. So as part of my recommendation on this bill in particular was to allow us some time to do just that. And if we go forward with it at all, you might there was another select water committee meeting where Senator Driscoll, spoke specifically to, is this more bureaucracy, and I know that's a sensitive issue. Does it add more time to the subdivision approval process, which is lengthy already and costly? And for instance, this does write in, I will have a flow chart, but just the process of going to the Board of Control. We only meet quarterly. Next week, by the way, we'll be meeting to begin with. And then there's, time required to prepare for the board ahead of that, and we cut off the agenda and the docket at a certain point. And then if you don't make it through there, then you're back to the next board meeting, so potentially you're back, a full half a year. So if you've got it scheduled out and you're doing all those infrastructure plans, and it's early on in the process, it could go through without any delays. But on the other hand, this legislation could add delays certainly, and bureaucracy.
Very good. Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification for myself, currently Wyoming has abandonment statutes, correct? If you don't use this water for 5 years, then it can be considered abandoned and then dealt with from that perspective. How is this going to change that or make this better, I guess, in the situation with the statutes where we've got them currently written? Don't we already kind of have this in place? I mean, are the means to be able to provide for a change or an addressing of water rights that are not being currently used, and then possible reappropriation to junior water rights or whatever, if they can apply for these things and move them off of these lands? How, I guess, just from my own understanding a little deeper, how is this going to change that or improve that system?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson spoke to this already, and abandonment generally could occur in 5 years of non-use. Abandonment can be brought by an injured downstream, an affected water user can bring abandonment to the board. Potentially, the state engineer can also seek abandonment. In the history of Wyoming, that's not occurred that I'm aware of. In other words, we don't want to get aggressive necessarily on abandonment, and so it's not uncommon for them to stick out there for 20 plus years and no action taken, no abandonment sought. And so the other thing though that comes to mind is the idea of these days in particular is we should be diligently using our water every year anyhow for a lot of reasons. Not only just this in-house abandonment issue, but there's a lot of examples on interstate use of water consumptively used, so we have to account for the water and we have to show downstream that we're using the water. So there's another good reason, to find a good home for these water rights in some form or another. A good example on subdivision development in particular is to try and transfer those rights. Then if it's being subdivided and annexed by a city, try to transfer them into the city for use in the city, for instance. And that's there are other circumstances of potential orphaned rights and where those water rights could land and could be used effectively and beneficially.
if I may add on to what Greg's explanation, this bill goes, in my opinion, far beyond just you're looking at the abandonment component of it. When you look at the liability issues and the educations and the declarations that the subdivider has to make for prospective owners, you know, what the law is as far as prior appropriation, no acquisition of riparian rights. So it's a big education component is built in this. And I also think it brings in some potential liability protection for, you know, it's not uncommon in these cases for somebody to do this. And then the new owner of the land goes out there and just blades the ditch in and, you know, puts his patio over the top of somebody's ditch. And so this will preclude a lot of that conflict. And as we continue to see the rapid pace of subdivision in certain areas of the state of Wyoming, I think this is more of a much broader bill than that I think that we're trying to address some of those bigger issues out there, in addition to being expedient and judicious as to how we best utilize our water. So I do think it's going to take a little bit more work. And my thoughts are, Mr. Chairman and Greg, is we as a member of appropriations that's gone through all the budget cutting and worked with the governor's office based on the mandatory cuts and the reductions, I understand the limitation. But Mr. Chairman, you know, historically there is ways that we can offset some of that burden that we've placed on the agency. And I would suggest that to alleviate some of that concerns and to make sure that we've done our due diligence with those other affected entities out there. In my experience as a past chairman on different committees, we just invite them to be here to provide testimony on this bill. So to that extent, to take away some of that burden that we as a legislature have shifted on to the agency, you know, what I would like to do is to say, if we continue to move this forward at November, that we as the legislative committee contact County Commissioners Association, Municipal Association, the Real Estate Association, and those, and get those entities sitting in that chair, because they will read the bill before they get here and provide that public comment and eliminate that middleman and alleviate some responsibility for the director to have to go out and do our job for us. Just a suggestion, Mr. Chairman.
I think that's a great suggestion. Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I agree with that. Senator Hicks said, I think we should have did that before, and I don't, you know, we didn't think about it, but we got to include the stock growers and the farmers, and maybe there are some subdividers out there that I don't know, maybe the cities know, you know, that we could invite, you know. In Powell area, I know it's a big issue. It really is. They just, I don't know if I can keep going, but those irrigation rights are sitting there, and you may have 30 houses there, landowners, and they're never going to come to an agreement on if they should get rid of them or not, because they think they're worth something. And if we could get it out in the front before it happens, that would sure be great.
That'll be a 3 or 4 hour long meeting, won't it, in November?
It will be, Mr. Chairman. You're absolutely right. It'll probably be 3
And
or
that's
4
okay.
hours.
That's good. So let me do this. I'd like to go to public comment. We've got some commissioners that want to share some thoughts, and I want to open it up to see if there is someone else that has read our agenda and prepares to come. So if there is someone in the audience, come forward. Greg will bring you back in a few minutes, if you could, please. Would you introduce yourself and tell us where you're from?
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, David Fraser, Executive Director of the the Wyoming Association of Municipalities. It's been a long time since I made that slip. But I did work previously for the Nevada League of Cities, so I apologize for forgetting what state I was sitting in. I will take occasion, since I made that slip, to let the community know I did grow up in Sundance, and though I've worked in various parts of the country, it's good to be home and representing the cities here in Wyoming. Speaking of the cities here in Wyoming, most of you probably know Jonathan Tykert, the Douglas City Administrator, whose community we're sitting in, who's sitting behind me. I just wanted to recognize him. And I'd like to lead by starting with thanking of course, the committee for its time, but especially for thanking the state engineer for having reached out to us and discussed this issue with us. We recognize the importance of this issue, especially now where in the drought we find ourselves in. It seems that we should do everything we can to properly place those water rights and not orphan them. Having said that, I guess my message today primarily is that we'd like to stay involved during the process, as has been alluded to several times by both the state engineer and the committee. You know, there's some polishing of the language that needs to be done here, and that's not uncommon. So we just want to be part of that. There is, in addition to that, and I've mentioned this to Greg, there is an addition to that in the bill as it presently is, kind of some chicken and egg stuff that I think that Greg and I don't want to speak for him, but I believe that we both feel we can work out this chicken and egg stuff in the process. But for example, as it's written, I do believe that a landowner or developer could go through the process of relinquishing their water rights and then not be approved for the subdivision permit. And so, and I know that's not intended, but that would certainly be a shame. And so, you know, but I think there's a way we can address that by somehow putting in here that the city could approve this subdivision contingent upon them going through the process with the board. And that's what's, I think, missing right now. It's intended that the person who's developed that would go through that process and transfer those water rights, but there doesn't seem to be, you know, a method, an appropriate method to make it happen. And I think that's what the intention of the bill is. We're in support of that. Again, there's going to be some things to work out in exactly how all those levers, how and when those levers are pulled, and so we make sure that we accomplish what we're trying to do without having some, you know, having any unintended consequence that we might be able to foresee at this time. So that's the extent of my comments. I appreciate your time with this issue, and I would certainly take any questions if you have any for me at this time, or of course, I'll be at future hearings as well.
Thank you. Appreciate your input. Does anyone have any questions? Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience would like to comment? Please come forward. It was sure fun being with your board yesterday. They were sure gracious to us.
Appreciate that. Colt Rodeman, Laparelle Irrigation. One thing I just want to let everybody know, and I should have jumped up here earlier, was just to say thank you very much for everybody attending the tour yesterday. It was a great pleasure showing off the old girl to everybody, and had a lot of fun. But on this issue of the bill about this, currently we under Laparelle Irrigation, we've had 4 subdivisions move in. And what it is a landowner sells out all his little 40s or his 10s and his 5s and all that stuff. And it don't, you know, as far as like the town of Douglas, they don't incorporate any of it, and we handle it all. And it's very stressful for us. Number one, when we don't know anything about it, that's the big challenge for us. It comes to us way late, you might say, when they got 5 people screaming at our ditch manager, we want water and we want it now. We've alleviated a lot of problems. One subdivision, the previous ditch manager wrote out covenants for that area. And that was, you know, you got one ditch, you guys just take turns taking your water. That works. Another one is that there was a large group bought in, and We just delivered water to one point. They take it from there. It's their responsibility to take it on. The big thing though is the notification of what is happening out there, because you don't know. We've had people put a house within 6 inches of a main lateral and then try to have a fit about that. More like the ditch was there way before you were. And we even stopped by and said, hey, you may not want to do that. But yeah, there's things out there that we need to, as far as the irrigators are concerned, we really need to look at some stuff and to try to, and there's this society nowadays is getting to where it's really bad at, they don't even want to talk to you. They're just going to have the lawyer talk to you first. And if there's something that we could put out there to let people know that these are the steps that you got to go through first, it'd sure help us out a lot. And I'd even be willing to come comment again if you need me to. So with that, any questions?
Thank you, Colt. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As on like when these folks are buying this property, by and large, do they still want the water rights? They're buying these properties with the intent of breaking that particular ground up and utilizing
Yes,
those rights?
they, and the way we're set up here in Converse County, I don't know how it is anyplace else, but Converse County, the water goes with the land
Mhm.
and you're taxed on that. Our assessment is part of your taxes. So therefore, they all want to use it because they're paying a tax on that. Okay. And I think that helps us here in Converse County in that aspect of it. But there are others that they could care less, you know, and that's leaving little chunks here and there that, and the unfortunate thing is we can't transfer any of that because you know, it'd be nice if the landowner, when he was selling out or something, would have came and talked to the irrigation board, so we could have maybe worked with the state to take some of those orphaned spots and apply them to other places, if we could transfer.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered if maybe we need to put the notification of the irrigation district up in that front part as well, so that you're in the beginning stages of
Yes.
this as well. Would that help?
That'd help a lot.
And then I wonder if it being, is it already in there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I wonder if, you know, having the real estate agents here will help too, to try to help them get the word out when they're selling a property that they need to make their customers aware. Do you think that would help you a little bit more? All right, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point in time, we do have a fairly decent working relationship with the local realtors, but it seems like that every year we have to go back to them and even through the county assessor, county treasurer, all them aspects. We're pretty proactive here in Converse County, and we talk to all them people and trying to, you know, let us know if somebody it changed hands. So, and we do pretty good, but then seems like there's every year there's a half a dozen that always slip through. So.
Very good. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm going to look to our commissioners for a minute. There's some of them been holding on for a long time. Bill, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the chance to comment. It's just an inescapable fact that the subdividing of irrigated land can and has had an extremely detrimental effect on Wyoming agriculture. And it's a lot of that damage, unfortunately, is irreversible. But it's really encouraging to me to see a bill like this that addresses some of these impacts. And what my experience is that it's very different county by county. And we really need something like this to help that situation. It's also my experience that very few water rights are going to be orphaned. And so the part of this bill that deals with guidelines to how those effects could possibly be mitigated are extremely important, because most people, when they subdivide land, irrigated land, they want to keep those water rights, even if it's just enough to water a yard. I mean, they look at it as a value. And so that's why dealing with this kind of thing is, I think, extremely important. And I'm sure that there are several of us in the room, in addition to Colt, I could share a lot of personal experiences of the very kind of things that he's talking about. And also the unfortunate thing is, once you start dividing water, it never equals the sum that you start with. And I don't care if you're talking about CFS or dividing it by shares, the nature of water is going to find every chance it can to leak. So there's so many of these situations in our state where an agriculture operation will be downstream on the ditch of a subdivision. And this agriculture operation is no matter what size it is, has been used to getting a certain amount of water. That subdivision goes in. Well, again, it doesn't matter whether it's 5 lots or 25 lots, and they all start using the water. And this agriculture operation gets less water than what they've been used to operating on. And that's permanent, that's forever. Now, there are cases where a subdivision might have to be put in a single point of diversion and put in underground sprinklers, and maybe all the water will get down the ditch, but that just doesn't happen very often. And so I'm really encouraged that a bill like this is coming forward, because this has been a huge threat. It's already caused a bunch of damage to Wyoming agriculture. It's just going to get worse unless something is done. And along those lines too, I mean, I think it's important that we hear from a lot of different people, including the Realtors Association. But what I'd encourage you to keep in mind is the developer, the subdivider, the realtor, they take their money and they're gone. The long-term impact on the subdividing is on the agriculture producer, and it's forever for them. Thank you.
Good comments, Commissioner. I'm afraid that Greg may quote you a few times with those comments.
Be okay.
Commissioner Cott.
Mr. Chairman, just first a question. Has the Wyoming Planning Association been contacted to have input on this bill? And if not, I think that would be an excellent resource. One of the, I mean, where the regulations hit the road with the developer are really in the county planning office. That's really the first stop. And the county planners, and there's 2 of them, ex-county planners in this room, where I mean, from a process standpoint, I think county planning would be an excellent group to invite in. And they know this stuff in detail. So I appreciate the comment.
Very good. Abigail, would you make a note of that? Make sure they're invited. Commissioners, any other comments? Okay, anything from the public? My old friend.
Yes.
He used to live in Star Valley a long time ago until he moved away.
Chairman Simpson, good to see you again. Jonathan Tykert, City of Douglas Administrator. And I haven't actually read the bill, but I thought I may have some experience that I could share that may be helpful in this discussion. For about 11 years, almost 12 years, I worked as a county planner. And during that time, I saw the creation of several thousand subdivision lots and several hundred subdivision plats. And as you know, during that time, when they apply for subdivision, 60 days prior to subdivision, they have to apply to the state engineer's office and go through a water rights redistribution plan. And my experience is that the majority of the time, they go ahead and just withdraw those water rights. And it's easier. A developer comes in, he buys 40 acres, and it just seems to be easier for them just to go ahead and withdraw those water rights, and they remain detached either from a district or a downstream water user, which is unfortunate, I felt. As a city administrator in Afton, though, one of the things that I did require, most of the town of Afton had water rights, old ditches that had been abandoned and no longer use those water rights, but they were still valid water rights. And so whenever we would serve a development or annex a development, I made it a requirement that they assign those to the city of, or to the town of Afton, so that we could use, they were in priority to our water right, and we transferred those up to our spring on Swift Creek so that we could use those in the future. And so that was one of the things. I did have some flexibility there that I went ahead and could require that as part of the subdivision plat or as part of the annexation. And so it was nice having that flexibility. But I appreciate the committee taking this up. I think it is an important topic, and as Mr. Yankee said, for water rights, and that's our lifeblood for this state. I mean, my dad used to tell me water's for whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting. He worked for the State Board of Control for over 30 years. So yeah, it's an important topic, and I appreciate you taking this up.
Thanks, Jonathan. Any other comments? Okay, Select Water Committee, what's your pleasure? Representative Larson.
I move the bill to the next meeting and more discussion. I think we need to press this issue. I think it's vital to get it dealt with and maybe clarify some stuff in the county's section of the statutes, but definitely get it to the cities so they have a law backing them up.
Do I hear a second? The motion's been moved and seconded. Let's have some more discussion. Anybody else want to comment?
Mr. Chairman, I have a series of proposed amendments at this point in time. We're going to work the bill so that we have those by the time we get to November.
We are going to work the bill. Senator French, Abigail. That's what we want to do. So thank you for that clarification. So this bill isn't drafted up yet, but will be as soon as you amend it. Abigail will get right on that. So Representative French, do you have any specific comments to the bill?
Just to clarify the motion, it's to move it along with any new wording in it. In the draft.
And that's what
Okay.
we're going to do.
Okay.
So what we'll do is we'll now discuss amendments that my co-chair has and any of you have, and then we'll act on each of those amendments, either aye or no. And then when we get done, so those will be amendments to Representative Larson's motion.
So,
Mr. Co-chair.
Mr. Chairman, on page 5, subsection 4, if the subdivision is located within the boundaries of an irrigation district that is subject to the provisions of Title 41, Chapter 7, I just want to continue to make sure that there is many more other legal entities of the state of Wyoming out there, other than just irrigation districts, that have similar charges and duties. So 41, Title 41, 8 is watershed improvement districts, which within those districts have similar responsibilities. Under 41.3, water conservancy districts, operate and maintain ditches and conveyance systems and diversion structures. And then under 41.9, which I don't think there's a lot of these, drainage districts also maintain ditches for drainage purposes. So when we get into that section, I think we need to, at this point in time, include those and not just irrigation districts. It's the irrigation districts and at least those 3 additional ones, which would include watershed improvement districts, water conservancy districts, and drainage districts, in addition to 41, Chapter 7. And then you find that same language as you move over to page 9, subsection D. So it would bring in all those other subdivisions of state government that are legal entities that have operation, maintenance responsibility for irrigation and drainage.
Okay, let's stop there. Does anyone have any question about that particular addition? We have a motion and a second. Does everyone understand? So we're talking about irrigation districts aren't the only districts that have irrigation facilities. And so the motion is that we just make sure that they're all referenced there. Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Any opposed? No. Motion carries. Abigail, do you understand that one? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, on page 13, it gets back to a question that Senator Steinmetz had about the notification for those legal entities. And if you go to page 13, subsection B on lines 9 and 10, it brings in the language that at least 60 days prior to the submittal of the application for a subdivision permit to the board, which is the Board of Control, that the subdivider would have to supply that plan to that entity, the ditch company or the irrigation company. The question I have is, it gets back to the flow chart, is we're missing something there. So the way it would currently is they're submitted. The irrigation district would make a comment back to the subdivider. And then how would the Board of Control ever know that there was an issue associated with water rights, or the planning and zoning board, or anybody else? And so we have to establish in there. And so it's more of a conceptual amendment at that point in time, after that 60 days, that subdivider would include any comments from that legal entity associated with their application to the Board of Control. So there is so my supposition is what it was intended is to give a heads up to that irrigation district, water conservancy district, or municipality. And then they were supposed to come to the Board of Control meeting if they didn't like what the subdivider was providing. I just think that we need to make sure that there's a record of that going to the county planning and zoning or the municipality, and included with those to the application to the Board of Control. But I know I see the state engineer had his hand up if he wanted to comment on it, but I want to make sure it just doesn't end there. And that's the flow chart part of it. What happens after that? They've supplied them their 60 days, but then we don't know what the comments back from that irrigation district are, and who should see those comments.
Loose end. Greg?
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that, and I understand how the flow chart will help with that. We also have, just so you know, in terms of a process, the drawings themselves for the subdivision and the disposition of those, how that will be distributed out throughout the subdivision. So it does address some of the, these individual lots getting some of that original water and water rights. Those drawings and plans are sent to us. So there is a whole process for us to review the drawings themselves as to how the irrigation system will work, and then ultimately we approve those as well. So I think you're right. I mean, the intent is to just simply heads up, it's coming. You'll find hopefully in the flow chart when I develop that, how that then goes to plan approval through the Board of Control.
And Mr. Chairman, and that's exactly what my concern is the Board of Control. If there was a real issue from an irrigation district, let's say they had a buried drainage ditch or a buried lateral and stuff, and the subdivision plat may not show that. And the Board of Control was just going to be dealing with the surface water right disposition. And if you had the comments from the irrigation district saying, whoa, here, you're subdividing right over the top of a buried lateral or a ditch or some conveyance system and stuff. That's what I want to make sure, that those comments would be reflected in that application to the Board of Control as part of that subdivision. So it's just it's a check to make sure that with that entity that has the responsibility for delivering those waters, that those comments are reflected and the Board of Control has a record of those. So The conceptual amendment would be, Abigail, to include a requirement that after, and we have to put a deadline. So again, the irrigation district can't sit there for 60 days and then say, oh, but we have a comment. And so there needs to be a time frame. So for the irrigation district or that entity to respond back to the subdivider. And I just think that process is very important, that we capture that to make sure that there isn't something deficient in the plan that irrigation district may be aware of that's not in the subdividers plat that they would submit to the Board of Control. So if we can just work on a process and some draft time, even just leave those blank for now, but make sure there's a blank in there, Abigail, I think that would be appropriate. So
Is that a motion
it's a
to
conceptual amendment.
conceptual amendment? Because you don't have an exact wording. And actually, we're a little bit looser on this, actually, because we're just formulating ideas to do it. So we're not going to take motions unless someone objects to something that someone throws on the table. We'll stop taking motions. Okay, carry on, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, I think at this point in time, that would be the only two that I'm prepared to present at this time.
Okay, Senator French.
Mr. Chairman, I was just gonna ask that on what Senator Hicks was talking about, that those recommendations from the irrigation district be strictly comments on their system, their infrastructure. They're not some other comment that, if there's you subdivide this farm, it's, the flow of the ag or the loss of ag land is blah, blah, blah. I would hope it's just strictly comments, recommendations on the infrastructure, identifying where those buried laterals are, they're buried drains, all those types of things, and not anything further. So I just wanted to clarify.
Certainly. Any other comments? We're good. Okay, so Representative Larson has made a motion that we take this document, work it up into an actual bill draft and bring it back in November. And Abigail, we'd like for you to contact those entities that have been discussed today to make sure they have representation at that meeting to discuss their input.
Yeah.
Very good. Anyone object to that? Okay, very good. We have a motion and a second to advance this set of legislation into a draft bill for November. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I have one more question or request of the state engineer pertinent to this bill. Greg, when we look at the use of the terminology, and it's repeated through the bill, and it uses if a subdivision is located with lands served or crossed by a ditch, irrigation company or association, or an unorganized ditch.
Mr. Chairman, what page?
Well, and so you see this on page 4, and it's in both for the municipal and also for the within the county. So you'll find that on page 4, line 4, Romanet 2. The question I have is do we have, or does the state engineers have a definition of a ditch? Because what I don't want to do is leave it open for legal fodder as that a lateral is not a ditch and a canal is not a ditch and a buried pipeline is not a ditch. And so would it be more appropriate to just say a water conveyance system? And so we don't get to the point of having to go define what a ditch is, and a ditch includes canals, laterals. And so just something, within, if you can take a look at that and then make a recommendation on that language, it'd be helpful. So.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Larson.
I think that's referring to a ditch company, but maybe not, but maybe we can get some clarification. If you read that, located with lands served by or crossed by a ditch, I wonder if we aren't trying to say ditch company, irrigation company.
That very well may be, and if that's the case, that the comma would lead you to believe those are separate. So maybe we just insert the word ditch company. But that brings up the other issue of back to Title 41, under chapters 3, 9, 8. So those are the irrigation, water conservancy, all of those. So those are legal subdivisions. And so maybe the way to, instead of say irrigation ditch, ditch company, irrigation company, legal subdivisions, or anybody else that has a water right aperture to a land or conveyance system. It's just a little bit cumbersome the way that's worded. But anyway, if that's the intent, we could clean that up with ditch company. But if you would, Greg, just take a look at how that language dovetails in with subsection 4, where then we bring in those legal subdivisions and those entities organized under the laws of the state of Wyoming, and see if there's a way to clean that up. And I want to thank Representative Larson, because now that makes sense to me, because I couldn't make sense of that sentence. Anyway.
Very good.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman, I think you're spot on with that, and I thank you for the response. I would agree in context with that entire sentence. When we talk about unorganized, that is a different animal than an organized ditch company in terms of how we administer it. So I'll look at that and clean that up. I think you're right on.
Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, committee. You've done a nice job with that. We're going to move on to item 16. Greg, you're welcome to take another seat, but don't leave us, because you may be brought forward on this one. Mr. Robitaille, would you come up? Members, it's now 1 o'clock. Again, if you need some nourishment, there's some healthy things back there. You can go grab something. Feel free to just eat away while we're having this debate. We're going to keep going here and finish the agenda, not break for lunch. John, welcome to our committee. You have been the sponsor of some legislation that you've been concerned about. And would you like to introduce yourself and how we came to have this topic in front of us?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. John Robitaille, I'm the CEO of Encore Green Environmental. I want to point out today as well in the audience, we have Jennifer Zigmund, who is the DEQ Interim Water Administrator. We have Tom Kropatch, who is the Interim Supervisor of the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, and also Mr. Lanning that just stepped away is here with us as well. And I bring them up because in the proposed bill that is in front of you, there are several specific points that would address each of them. And I asked them to join us today in case we had any additional questions that may be asked of them. So just wanted to point that out to you. Also, I want to thank Mr. Lanning for his presentation showing the drought and setting this up for me very nicely. As we all know, we are in a very severe drought. We're having wildfires just run rampant. And last year in 2020, Wyoming produced 89 million barrels of oil. It's all of our hope and that we will see that number increase this year. But additionally, with that 89 million barrels, we produced 1.3 billion barrels of water. Now that's important. It's important because in order to continue to produce those wells, the companies need to dispose of their water somehow, some way. I will tell you that if we take a 42 gallon barrel, which is how these are measured, and we apply it to Olympic swimming pools, which we just got to see all of our athletes compete in, we would be able to fill up roughly 110 of those swimming pools with that amount of water that we produced in Wyoming alone. A lot of this water is disposed of. It is disposed of either downhole in a disposal well, which are typically very deep. And in order to get into that disposal well, the water that is receiving the water that's being put into it has to be of the same or worse quality of the water. So what we're saying is we've got a really poor water deep underground and we're just adding to that. That's a problem in my mind. It has been for years because bringing that water back, the lifting cost alone of bringing that water back is tremendous. And then once you do bring it up, of course, you've got treatment costs associated with it as well if you want to try to use it again. There are evaporation pits that have been used. There are several in the county right here. In fact, we're in discussions with one. I can't go into great detail yet, but we are in discussions with one and hope to be able to use that water for the landowner to be able to not only water his stock, but also to irrigate some crop. I will tell you that not all of this water is disposed of in that manner. In the Bighorn Basin, for many years, there's been a company up there. It was started by Marathon. These wells go back to nearly World War II, and they still produce water. And that water has been put down drainages. It's actually been appropriated by people downstream. It's been used for many, many years and to great benefit. In addition, Salt Creek oil field had tremendous flows coming out that were good enough water to be able to just be put into the streams and be used for irrigation and livestock purposes. Other purposes of this water, a lot of these companies are now taking their produced water and using it for their frac jobs. So they're actually some of them are eliminating the need to drill new freshwater wells for frac disposals and things like that. But we still have this issue where we have a tremendous amount of water just being forced down hole or put into ponds. Our idea is to take that water and treat it to a point that meets regulatory standards and then apply it to the surface of the ground. And I say apply to the surface because there's two different really permitting mechanisms here in play. If we go back to the coal bed methane days, where the water was just put into a drainage, that was what was known as a WIPDES, a Wyoming Discharge Elimination System permit. What we're talking about is a land application permit. Our permit does not allow puddling, does not allow runoff of water. It does not allow that water to be applied when the ground is frozen. And that's important because when we reach back into the coal bed days, there were folks downstream that didn't want that water and had no recourse against it. They got the water whether they wanted it or not. With our permit that is currently in place in the DEQ, our permit does not allow puddling or runoff. So that water will stay in place for those people that want the water. Our permit also requests soil testing, where we go in prior to any application and take a baseline soil test, and it requires additional soil tests throughout the project. It requires submission of Hansen graphs, which show the SAR, the soil absorption ratios, which if you think back to coal bed again, that was a big problem. We had very clean water going on very salty soils, and what occurred was that the water would drag the salt from the soil to the surface, and so those problems have all been taken into account. Our permit requires us to disclose the amount of water we plan to apply in a given year. Our company employs an agronomist, and our agronomist will not allow more than 6 inches of water additional per year on any acreage. So what we're talking about is if we have a normal year, let's say we have 12 inches of precipitation that year, we can go from 12 inches to 18 inches of precipitation that year. And that, just think about what that would do to your range. I mean, it would dramatically improve your rangeland. We're not putting water on to where we would see any kind of a disturbance in the population of plants. We would not create wetlands. We would just add additional rain over the course of the growing season. Another key thing to keep in mind in our permit, we have to go in, if we're in an oil well situation, we have to go in and we have to find out what exactly is in their frac fluid. And we can do that through the Oil and Gas Commission, that's been required, or we can do it through a website like Frac Focus. But we submit that to the DEQ, and the DEQ looks at that list and looks at our constituent list that already exists, 154 individual constituents that we have to test for, by the way. And if one of those items in the frac disclosure is not already listed in our permit, then it's added. It's automatically added for testing, and we have to see if it's there. Not only after treatment, but also pre-treatment. We also have to submit monitoring reports in case, just to give an idea of what's happening out there, how much water we've applied, how much we've cleaned, so on and so forth. I really believe that given the environmental concerns that we actually have and the safeguards we've built in, I believe that led to our DEQ permit. I don't believe we could have had this permit without those safeguards in place. And I also believe I'd leave it to a DEQ representative to answer this, but I honestly believe that if another company were to come in and ask for a similar permit, they would simply apply the permit that already exists rather than rewrite an entire permit. So those safeguards would already be applied. As to the Oil and Gas Commission permit, they allow us to treat flowback and produced water. That's what that permit does. It requires notice. We have to disclose all of our chemicals that we may be using. We have to do water reports as well to the Oil and Gas Commission, and all of any waste that may be created during the treatment process has to be disposed of properly, whether that's an injection well like we spoke about, or whether that's a certified land application process, or a landfill or something along those lines that is allowed to take those things. The Oil and Gas Commission also requires us to bond. We currently have a bond with the Oil and Gas Commission. If our projects increase to the point that they believe additional bonding is necessary, I believe that they would apply more bonding to us. And we have no issue with that at all. We think that's a great thing, and we applaud them for that. In terms of the state engineer's office, it's my understanding when this water reaches the air, so to speak, it becomes appropriable. And so in order for us to give this water to a landowner, that water would then have to be appropriated by that landowner. And of course, all the things that are associated with appropriation would apply to that. I bring you this bill mostly because every time I get into a discussion with somebody about this, I have two questions. The first one is cost. I can handle cost. I can change cost. I can make it economic for you. I can do whatever. The second one is liability. They're very concerned about liability. If we do this and all these safeguards are in place and nothing happens, but But somewhere down the line, the property changes hands and somebody goes and spills a bunch of diesel fluid out there or something and says, well, it's obviously that water. They're going after the deep pockets. They're going after the guys that are the producer of that water. And so that's got a lot of people concerned. Our idea was if we could take that liability and transfer it along with the water to a third party on a voluntary basis, that water would then, the liability would remove itself from the deep pocket and apply only to the third party. And that's me. I'm the third party, and I'm willing to take that risk because I believe in this process and I believe in our safeguards. I don't think we have a problem. I don't think we will have a problem because of the safeguards we've put in place. With that, Mr. Chairman, we'll step into the bill quickly.
John,
Yes,
we do not have a bill in front of us.
Well, it's this, sub MC, tab MC.
Oh, you're just talking about, sorry.
It's-
We're legislators. We're used to thinking
Yes,
all the formalities and everything. So
I
what you're
apologize.
talking about is the document that you
Proposed
submitted to us.
Legislation, proposed legislation.
All right, very
Yes,
good. Carry
yes.
on.
We felt it was best to put this in the state engineer statute, so we've applied it to Title 41(3). We feel it's most appropriate there because this talks about byproduct water, which is exactly what we're talking about. So if we were to add section C simply says if it's a voluntary transaction and these conditions exist, the developer has given his approval. The applicant has obtained Oil and Gas Commission DEQ permits, then the consequences of use of that byproduct water fall on the third party. And we believe that that is complete enough to accomplish our goal, to actually put a new source of water to beneficial use, frankly, because we're not making any new water. I think if we do this and we do it well, we can see an uptick in groundwater that we wouldn't be otherwise using. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stand for questions.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all your work, Mr. Robitaille. I think that it's a promising concept and one that could absolutely have a lot of benefit if it works. And just for those of you new on the committee, we have lots of, in full disclosure to everybody, we have lots of oil and gas activity on our ranch. Is something that's very personal to me. And you have to understand that this produced water is the hazard that I'm most concerned about as a rancher. And when things go wrong, and they do go wrong, you have all the paperwork in the world. It doesn't mean that everything's going to be actually executed properly on the ground. And so I'm just, like I said, I appreciate what you're doing. But it's just a huge red flag that if everything's so great, then why is everybody so concerned about the liability? That's my first question. And it seems to me that if everything did work well, then the liability would not be a concern.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, frankly, I can only speculate on the liability issue. My speculation is there are a lot of corporate lawyers in a lot of high buildings in a lot of big cities that are afraid to do something new. This is something new. We're offering something new to them. We're not telling them they have to do this. We're telling them this is a new option for you. If you choose to do this and your landowner chooses to do this with you, we will take away that liability question for you.
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Does this happen in any other state, or is this unique to Wyoming? It's my understanding that this works a lot in Texas and other states. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Texas and Oklahoma have passed legislation regarding water liability.
Is it the same as what you're proposing here?
No.
Okay.
Theirs is a lot more complicated. It's very complex. Why that is,
Can you describe it to us?
I can't. Mr. Crowpatch is probably more familiar with it than I am.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, just so I can get my concerns on the record, I'm not necessarily concerned about you guys. We have to think about who else might come in here and take advantage of these, just absolving an oil and gas company of all liability. And like I
Yes.
said, this is the hazard that you have to worry about as a landowner. And maybe, if things go wrong and when things go wrong, like I said, it doesn't matter how much paperwork you have at DEQ. It doesn't matter what permit you have at Oil and Gas Commission. We have to make sure that this isn't abused at some point. And as legislators, we have to be aware of all the unintended consequences outside of the context of what you're thinking about, of using us as an opportunistic oil and gas company to just come in and say, okay, here's a way to get rid of the most significant environmental liability with basically no cost. And I'd hate to see another third party come in and say, yeah, we'll take that liability, and not actually have the ability to back it up financially when things do go wrong and they have to clean things up afterwards. So like I said, I just don't understand the need for this legislation. If things are going well, I don't see any need to change the liability necessarily. And that being said, if there's a way that we could move forward with the bill draft that takes care of the potential hazard to the landowner, that'd be something we could consider, but I don't see it sitting here in front of us. So wouldn't you agree? Or I won't even ask it. So.
Mr. Chairman, if I could address.
Would you
Yeah,
identify
I'm Marvin
yourself?
Nash.
Please?
I'm the founder of Encore Green, and Mr. Bonner's challenges that he talks about are very applicable to a situation that happened many years ago, I believe, with some of y'all's property. There was a situation where a suit was filed against some coal bed methane water. And actually, the challenges of the coal bed methane are what led us to the patent pending process to address your very concerns. What happened was that there was too much water put on too few acres. And the agronomy calculations, the agriculture sustainability was not addressed on the front side. It was, we got all this water, let's get rid of it, it's free, we'll give you a center pivot, the world is going to be wonderful. And the water didn't match the soil. It was by having the ability to go backwards from what had happened. To your point, you're absolutely right. It was by having the ability to go backwards and go to a meeting that involved Mr. Kropak, Todd Parfit. Mr. Lanning was not with us at the time. Who did we have? Rick Duell was there. And in that meeting, we took a whiteboard. Mr. Parfit did. Just an explanation so you understand why we're comfortable that this can be done. Todd Parfit took a whiteboard and he said, this is DEQ's part. This is Wyoming Oil and Gas's part. And this is the state engineer's part. And we centralized, we compartmentalized each person's of liability. With our water that we put on the ground in Pine Bluff, the DEQ issued us a permit. That water was pre-tested. It was treated. Before it was ground applied, it was put into a batch, which is part of the patent process. It was put into another set of a batch, and it was held until the test came back certified from the laboratory, from Energy's lab, that said, this water meets those parameters. Then and only then, when those parameters were sent to the DEQ and they signed off on it, and they said, Energy's lab, the certified lab in Montana, I might have been the one in Casper, I'm not sure. The certified lab says this is what the constituents of the water are. Then and only then could that water be let ground applied. To that point, we actually had one batch that did not meet parameters. And we were kind of glad that we did. The technology failed by 0.1 or 2% on boron.
0.2.
0.2% on boron. So what did we have to do? We had to hold that batch, we had to rerun it, we had to retest it, and we had to make sure that it met the parameters. So to your point, it has to be done properly. And it has to be executed in a scientific manner in compliance with the DEQ. The issue and the concern, as Mr. Robitaille so professionally stated, has been the liability. It doesn't say that there's not liability. It just says, who does that liability belong to? And when the coal bed methane situation came about, and I may have the wrong rancher or landowner.
You absolutely do have the wrong
Okay.
rancher. so.
But there was a landowner that filed I don't think you've been there long enough to remember. It was an $80,000 or $180,000 lawsuit in conjunction with the Powder River Resource Council. They filed that lawsuit and they won. But who did they go to for that liability issue? They went to the state, to the DEQ, who then went to, I think it was the coal bed methane company that produced the water. So it's not a taking away of any liability. It's still a control of the liability. It's just moved to a different liable party. The liability issue is still there. And the reason that I have a MOU partner with a landowner in Laramie County that has 10,000 acres, and his only goal is to see his 6 grandkids be able to continue to ranch, and he can't because there's not enough water, but there's millions of barrels of produced water that's being thrown into the ground. There was a lawsuit many years ago that went to the Supreme Court in Rollins with the city. And the written explanation was that the city learned, because of technology, how to treat and change the parameters of the water. Therefore, the city could use the water. What the lawsuit was about was people downstream wanted the water that the city had been sending downstream because they couldn't use it. But they were putting it into a whipsies or a nipsies solution to pollution is dilution process. Well, the city of Rollins learned how to clean that water. And so they took it back. And the Supreme Court said, if technology does become available to change the parameters and do something different with water, by the Constitution, which requires the use of water being put to beneficial use, that's what should be done. And that's what that question, and that's what this legislation is about. This legislation is about the constitutionality of what our forefathers asked us to do, which is put water to beneficial use if it can safely be done. We couldn't do it without the DEQ. We have their permit in place. We could not do it without the Wyoming Oil and Gas. We could not do it without the state engineer's office. This is not, it's a group effort of making sure that all liability is met. It's not a way to get rid of liability. It's just making sure that the liability goes with the water.
Very good. Thank you for that explanation.
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Please.
I think this is a really important issue, and it's something that I've worked on and actually sponsored legislation in the past to look at how we use our oil and gas water to the best available use possible. It's extremely complicated. There is a whole rift of issues to deal with, compact issues in different basins when you start producing groundwater. But just walking through the draft, and so, Mr. Chairman, I see some problems with the draft. That's what we're trying to do, and some things that are really not clear to me. But let me just show you where I see some of the potential issues that we would have to navigate. And so when you go into the proposed legislation on A, I'm not sure what we're trying to get with the groundwater application. And then we bring in Roman at I, where it says the byproduct water is intercepted while it is readily identifiable before it is commingled with waters of any live stream, lake, reservoir, any surface. So what I'm assuming that's anticipating that you're coming right out of a pipe to something. Otherwise, under normal processes, under Wyoming water law, the minute that that water hits the surface, past that discharge point that either OGC or DEQ, it becomes surface water. But the way this is structured, you're saying you're going to do a groundwater application for that water. And so that's what I'm trying to, are we trying to get to the issue that you're actually going to tap onto the pipe? Under that case, it would be considered as groundwater. But the minute that that water falls out of a pipe and hits the ground, because the way this is worded, it says commingled with any live stream or any part before it gets there for the lake or reservoir and stuff. So once that hits the surface and starts running down a draw or any natural thing, that would be considered surface water. So I wonder about why we would then use a groundwater application. So that's one issue or one concern that I have. And then under Romanet 2, it says the developer. So now we're going to distinguish between the developer, which is the applicant, as an agreement with the state engineer. We're in the development with the producer. So you've got the company that produces the water that is a byproduct with oil and gas. And then you have the developer who is going to take the water, as I understand what the intent is. To me, that's not something that we really want to write statutes. Is that becomes a contractual agreement between two entities, would be to take that on. So I'm concerned that all of a sudden that we're getting into potentially a contractual obligation between, let's say, for example, your company and Marathon, that you're going to take that on as a water, but we're writing in statutes a whole new provision. And so let me give you my really concerns as that is addressed as we get into that. And so it gets into the second part of Romanet 2, and it says the producer has the reservation and can be superior in right and title. In other words, if I'm the producer, I can reserve part of that water that you guys have filed on, or any entity, not to say just you, but anybody has filed on to use that. The trouble with that reservation is it's inconsistent with our beneficial use of water. You can't speculate in water under either our constitution or water laws. I can't go build a reservoir and say I'm going to reserve that for some future use. It has to be designated as to what that beneficial use is. Now, under a contract agreement, the state's blind on that issue because the developer comes out and says, I'm going to use it for X. And if you have some other agreement with the producer of that water, that's between you guys. So this comes in and says, oh, no, we're going to violate our beneficial use statutes and we're going to allow a producer now to speculate in what that water may be. And so I think that's very problematic because I think it's inconsistent with our water law as it's currently written, because it creates a potential speculative market by the producer. And the state's going to grant a water right. And based on this, you have to provide this information to the state engineer. I don't see that as ever going to happen under our current law, that we'd have to get rid of beneficial use and then allow somebody to reserve water for a speculative use out in the future. So I think that's a little bit problematic. And then as we get into subsection B, I think all of that's already an existing water law. When we come to surface water, and it says the BIPOC water shall be considered as part of the surface supply. So that just becomes a normal application to file on that surface water and put it to beneficial use. I don't even think we need that in there. And then when we get down to the whole issue on the tort liability and stuff, I still look at that as that's a private contractual obligation. I don't think that the state is going to be in a position just for this one specific example to exempt stuff. I think that ought to be, again, a private contract between the producer and the end user as to what that's going to be for. But on the other side of this, I'm glad you guys brought this because I think it highlights a tremendous opportunity that we need to do something in Wyoming with this. But the other side of this, I look at this as, because of compacts. So let's take the Yellowstone compact for an example in the litigation between the state of Wyoming and the state of Montana, where they've determined there was conjunctive use between coal bed methane water and surface water. And under that compact, we would actually have to get the permission of under the compact in that Supreme Court decree. And so each basin's a little bit different, and you guys have sit into some of these discussions. Is just to write a broad brush statutes that covers the state. But I commend you to continue to work on this. I'll work with you because it is a big issue and there's a tremendous opportunity out there. But, just taking the first stab at this, I think there's some concerns as far as where it goes and how it would operate and stuff like that. So anyway, I do appreciate the fact that you brought this to our issue. And, you got to start someplace, and this is the start. So let's just keep hammering away on this because there's a lot of opportunity out there. And I agree with you. We need to put this water to beneficial use. And so as long as we can resolve these other issues and the permitting and navigate all the things, one of the things that on this issue, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee that's come up and we're already doing is if we get to this point where in some cases that water has a tremendous value, and it does, we already have a situation in the state of Wyoming where the state basically extracts royalties for the amount of water that is produced. Give you the example under the Gillette Madison project where those wells were drilled on state land. The SLIB board receives a royalty from the city of Gillette for the production of that water. And it's some issue if this gets to be as a valuable commodity as oil and gas and trona and all of the other minerals, it's something we're going to have to take a look at some type of excise or royalty tax associated. And that's not that far away, people, on the Colorado River. So it is a big issue. And I appreciate the fact that you guys are here today and keeping highlighting this issue. But Mr. Chairman,
Was that a question, Senator?
don't you agree?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, 413904A, Romanet 1, 2B, or not C, but A and B are existing
Existing,
language.
so only.
I
the
have not
underlying
changed any of that.
Stuff is new.
You just
What
brought
we're
that in.
suggesting is adding C.
Okay.
We
I
understand.
would also recommend regarding the compacts, perhaps Mr. Lanning has it handy, but the definition of byproduct water is water that is produced in association with a mineral. It is not, I do not believe it applies, and Mr. Lanning may be able to answer that question more directly than I, but I do not believe that it applies to other groundwater type situations. Otherwise, I don't believe it would be able to be disposed of as quickly and easily as it is. So, Mr. Chairman, what my point is, the roadblock to us right now to using this water for beneficial uses remains the question of liability. We are not advocating for a requirement to do this. All we are suggesting is if the parties voluntarily come together, that the liability is transferred with the water.
John, let me ask you a question associated with that. Why do you not deal with that liability in the agreement, written document that you accept the full liability? Why does it need to be statutory?
Mr. Chairman, we are happy to do that, and we have offered that. Again, I have to speculate, but again, I believe it falls back to the corporate attorneys in the high buildings in the big cities that just don't feel that that's enough.
I see. Does anyone else have any questions for these gentlemen? We'll set you down for a minute. You're welcome to come back. Jennifer, I would like to have you come to the microphone. Would you identify yourself, what your job title is?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jennifer Zigmund. I am currently the interim administrator for the Water Quality Division of the Wyoming DEQ.
Thank you. So my question for you, Jennifer, is this company, as well as any other company, is now authorized and permitted to treat byproduct water and meeting your standards, they can then disperse with that water onto agricultural purposes. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, that is correct. We have worked over the past several years with Encore Green and other entities to develop a permitting system for land application under Chapter 3 of our water quality rules. Mr. Robitaille gave an overview of that permitting system. I can provide a little bit more detail to explain the process. We have issued 3 countywide permits that interested operators can apply for coverage under. And those countywide permits are for Converse, Sublette, and Laramie counties right now. How the process works is that an interested operator would apply for coverage under the countywide permit. And the application requires extensive information about the site, the soils, the crops, and most importantly, about the treated water. Mr. Robitaille mentioned that there are 154 constituents that the treated water has to be tested for to ensure that the treatment company can reliably meet those limits. And one point that I would add there is that those limits are largely based on safe drinking water levels. Not all of them, but for a good part of them, they are based on protecting for drinking water, because we're also interested in protecting for the groundwater underneath the land application sites, in addition to protecting the soils and the crops. So that's an important point to make when we're talking about, the robustness of these permits and how we feel they are protective of the environment. Once they submit an application and we review and approve it and give them written authorization 2 weeks prior to doing the land application, the company also needs to provide us with a notice of intent that provides further information about the land application. It also provides a written agreement from the landowner that they have agreed to apply the water. And finally, it needs to include an access agreement so DEQ can inspect the site if necessary. During the land application, there are numerous permit conditions that apply. As Mr. Robitaille mentioned, they cannot pond on the surface. You cannot apply it to frozen ground as an example. A couple other points to mention there is if the source of the water changes, the land application needs to stop and the water treatment testing needs to be repeated to ensure that we are still meeting the limits. After the land application is done, the company would just need to provide to us a certificate of completion that just documents they did follow all conditions of the countywide permit and their application when they were doing the land application. So that's an overview of the permitting process. Again, we feel that is very robust in terms of protecting the soils, crops, and the water quality through these steps.
So Jennifer, since we're talking about shifting liability and tort, I guess a question we have in our minds is what level of inspection and quality control are you going to provide? How do we know that these companies don't go through the process, get the permit, and then just do anything they want to? What type of inspection process are you going to have that will ensure they comply with the permit?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, there are several steps throughout the process. Again, the multi-step application process gives us opportunity to review the baseline soil analysis that would be included in the application. We would review the water quality testing to ensure that the limits are met. And as Mr. Robitaille mentioned, if we had information in the application that would suggest additional constituents needed to be added to that list, we could add those at that time. Again, as I mentioned, we require that the applicant secure an access agreement so that we could send inspectors to the site. We inspect facilities as necessary because these are new. I would anticipate that we would ensure that our inspectors do go out to inspect the land application sites at least once during the land application and following the land application. It's not a set schedule, but we do have inspectors and compliance individuals within the water and wastewater section that oversees our Chapter 3 permits to construct. And we would have them inspect these sites as part of their job duties.
And in that inspection, are you going to be pulling samples, or are they obligated to pull an independent third party in to pull the water quality samples?
If we had reasons to collect samples as part of our inspections, Mr. Chairman, we could collect samples as part of our access agreement. That would need to include permission to collect resource data, photos, soil samples, water samples, et cetera. So we would have that ability, But built into the permit, again, are requirements for the applicant to do much of that sampling. If it's more than a one-time land application, they would be required to sample the soils annually and submit those results to us. So the permits build in sampling. If we felt we needed to collect additional samples, we could do that.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Jennifer? Representative Eklund.
I would thank you, Mr. Chairman. So they can't pond the water or apply it to the land. They must have to have some kind of supply tanks before this could be hit, where it has to be treated and tested, and then it applies to the land. Is that what happens, or? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'll explain that question in a little bit more detail. The short answer is yes. So for our land application permits, we're talking about the water being treated and stored and then land applied. So it's not going into a water of the state before being land applied. So it would be stored in containers before the application. They would need to disclose those containers to us, the types of containers that they're using as part of the application information.
Okay. Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Then the companies that are assuming this liability are bonded, I presume, to be able to take on that, what could be a significant liability. Am I correct? And what level of bonding is there?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the DEQ permits, land application permits do not require bonding. Again, we feel we have a robust permitting system in place, and we expect the permit limits to be met, and then we would have compliance and enforcement activities if a permit was not followed. But because we have that permitting system in place, the DEQ does not require bonds. I cannot speak to bonds required as other parts of the process, though.
Mr. Chairman, another follow-up then.
Please do.
So what kind of liability problem do we have if we know now that we don't need any kind of bonding for liability because the standards have been met before it's applied?
Mr. Chairman, my response there is again that we've feel we have built permits that have a system to establish limits that again are protective of crops, soil, and the underlying groundwater, again with treating to safe drinking water levels. So if there was an issue, an environmental issue, we would pursue mitigation of that through compliance and enforcement if permit conditions were not met.
Senator Bonner.
Okay, and follow up based on that, if it's already been applied, what sort of follow-up, and it's a one-time application, what mitigation are you referring to exactly?
I'm referring to mitigation if the conditions of the permit or commitments in the application were not followed, meaning we've issued them a permit, they've certified they will follow all conditions of that permit. If they did not follow that and there was environmental damage, we would pursue an enforcement action for being in violation of the permit.
And what was that enforcement action look like?
Typically, it would, the typical process is that we would look at what was violated and issue them a notice of.
Just real, are you talking a fine or you're revoking the permit? What's the consequence?
Understood, Mr. Chairman. Our enforcement actions typically involve first, actions that would fix the problem. So that might be an investigation, obviously ceasing the activity. There may be some kind of environmental restoration project, and there could be a fine associated with it as well.
Okay. And that's part of my concern, Mr. Chairman. Once again, looking at from the landowner's perspective, that sounds great to, prevent further damage, but what happens, once again, we're talking about liability specifically here. What happens to that landowner who's, it doesn't really matter what the future actions are, the damage has already occurred. And that's, we're talking about literally cleanup at that point. And that's why I think that's, the liability is such a huge concern. So yeah, I appreciate what you're doing. I'm sure it does, does well, do well 90% of the time, but we just have to be cognizant of the ways that, what happens when it doesn't, make sure everybody's rights are being protected, everybody's property rights are being protected.
Any other questions for Jennifer? Representative Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curiosity, just thinking about this, what do you do in the winter? You can't apply it to frozen ground. So what is the system and how does that take place for winter applications? Or
Mr. Chairman, our permits, you are correct. They do not allow the operator to apply the treated water during the winter. I would have to defer a response to the operator, a company, to answer that question about how they would manage the water in the winter. Thank you.
Any others? Okay, thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Tom, would you come forward, please? Would you introduce yourself to us?
Mr. Chairman, my name is Tom Kropatch. I'm the interim supervisor of the Oil and Gas Commission. And actually, thank you for the opportunity to come today. We don't normally come in front of this committee, so happy to be here and answer any questions you have on the process or our part in that.
Appreciate you being here. Do you
Mr.
have questions?
Chairman.
Please.
So Tom, under subsection C on here that's proposed Romanet 2, it says the application shall obtain all necessary permits or approval from the OGCC to use the water as proposed in the application. So could you explain how that is when you have to, I mean, it's the state engineers that permits water for beneficial use, but what permit would you guys be required or issue for them to use that water?
Mr.
And I'm
Chairman.
assuming that the use is not by the producer now, it's by the applicant.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, that's correct. In certain cases, the commission would issue a permit for the water treatment itself. And in that, what our rules, we kind of have overlap with DEQ in that scenario. So if an oil and gas operator wants to treat water on their location or any other, cuttings or any other material that they may generate that needs treatment or disposal, if they remain on location or within the unit that they're operating in, then the commission actually can issue a permit for that treatment. DEQ would issue a permit if they were going to go to like a commercial or a centralized facility off location somewhere. Or DEQ could issue it on location as well. It's just up to the operator, which agency. Our permits pretty much mirror each other. So in this case, in the case of the Encore Green operation where they did treat water in Pine Bluff, we issued Encore Green the permit to actually treat the water and worked with DEQ and essentially within that permit, it's actually a commission order for them to treat the water, mirrored the DEQ requirements that they had for the land application, so that at the end of the process, end of the treatment process, the constituents that were tested for and the limits that were there had to meet what the DEQ land application permit required. And then in our case, going back to maybe some of the bonding questions, we did bond that location. It was, we had a bond for Encore Green for $50,000. But what we bond for isn't the actual land application because we don't actually have authority over that process. We have authority over the treatment process. So our bond covered that treatment location. So if something were to happen, in the process, if they were to have a water leak or a spill or something like that, that needed cleanup, that the operator of that location, wouldn't or didn't complete, then we would have a bond to be able to forfeit, and the commission would handle that process as we do with orphan wells or other equipment or anything left by an operator on a location.
Mr. Chairman, just to follow up, so I'm trying to follow the mechanics in it, because if you look at the end of that system, it says the conservation commission is to use the water as proposed in the application, and the application refers, I think, refers back to the application to the state engineer's office under 413904 subsection or Romanet 2. So you guys wouldn't have any role in that process for that application to the state engineers. You just, it would be a separate application to clean and use the water, but not necessarily the application to apply the water. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that's correct.
Okay,
I think they're just trying to cover making sure that if they're going to transfer liability, they've complied with all agencies' requirements throughout the process.
All right, thank you.
Good. Senator Bonner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to the bonding, so did I understand correctly? The bonding only applies to actual oil and gas location, the pad itself. It's not applying to anything, the landowner's land outside that pad. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bonner, that it applies to the location that they've set their treatment equipment up on. So typically that in this scenario, if we're permitting it, it would be on that location. In the case of your ranch where operations are occurring, an operator may move it from one pad to a more centralized facility, and we could still permit that. So it may not be the well location that it was generated at, but it would be the location they set their treatment process up on.
Okay, and but not the ultimate disposal of the water, which is going to be off that location. It's not applying to that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's, because that could be a solution, Mr. Chairman, is make sure there's a bonding, not for the oil and gas location, but for the actual land that they're sprinkling the water on, basically. And so, I mean, we got it there for the oil and gas producer, but not for the landowner through the Oil and Gas Commission. That's entirely appropriate. So just want to clarify, because like I said, maybe that is a solution committee.
Any other questions? Thank you, Tom, for coming. By the way, you're welcome to come to our meetings from now on. We have refreshments in that other committee you attend. They don't. So you're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Does anyone have any questions for the state engineer's office?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
one question for Greg. Under the existing statutes, Greg, gets back to my concerns with the reservation can be superior, right? I'm assuming that anything that was filed in your office under 413904 Romanet 2, where it gets to that the agreements must be signed by the developer. The water may contain provisions for reservation of water to be used in the developer grantor, and is so stipulated. That reservation can be superior in right, entitled to use by the applicant grantee. I'm assuming under that provision that you would require what that beneficial use of that reserved water would be, would you not? Do we not have to know what that beneficial use for that reservation is or not?
Mr. Chairman,
This is a strange animal.
it's very strange. Yeah, these statutes, through B, as the Encore Greens stated, was, were written back in the day, I think circa late 60s or early 70s, perhaps, so we're trying to interpret what they were thinking at the time. My idea, a priority of right is given when the application is submitted, is the answer. As to it being superior, et cetera, it's the date as to when you apply to put that water to beneficial use. Up until now, it's not. You have to kind of remember that closed loop. Water comes up with oil, it's in a pipe and generally gets re-injected, until it breaks that pipe and, finds its way out. Now it can be treated, as the gentleman said from Encore Green, as John said. Historically, you've seen those old pits, ponds, from very old operations where it gets to the pond and there's a siphon in there, and the water heads on down the natural water course. At some point that's been treated and it's adequately treated. If and when it gets to natural water course, then that water then can be appropriated and applied for. So otherwise it's in this closed pipe, and oil and gas rules take care of that. That's kind of the difference as to, once it's outside of that and in our world, and somebody wants to apply it for beneficial use, then that's when you have to come knocking and say, please give me a permit.
Just a real quick follow-up, and maybe it's just the structure. I'm going to take a look at this, but it sure looks to me like under that scenario that you just described, it hits the end of the pipe, starts running down a draw, but the producer still retains ownership under this scenario, under that statute. So it wouldn't be available for appropriation to anybody else, is the way I read that, or is it, or could anybody just come in and say, so I'm aware of a lot of the stuff that was done up there in the Bighorn Basin and where they produce this and turn it out on the surface, and then gone down and people have subsequently built stock ponds below that and stuff. But the construct of the statute looks to me like the producer retains ownership of that water. And I think this would dovetail back into what some of Senator Boner's concerns is. If that's the case, then they retain the liability associated with that water. So I'm trying to figure out this ownership question is just, you know, when it hits the surface, if there's no assigned beneficial use, and nobody's filed on it, it looks to me like the producer retains ownership on that water under the statute, which under that provision, that liability would follow that produced water. Or is the water now become waters of the state of Wyoming and they no longer own that water? And so I'm concerned that these antiquated statutes are under the scenarios that we have today. I think we have to ask that question. This is, where does that liability, if they can retain ownership of that water down that drainage and then file an application for somebody to use it, there's certainly a liability, chain of liability associated with that.
Greg, you're welcome to just shrug your shoulders and go back and sit down in the audience if you want.
I'll
to.
get back to you on that one.
Well, I'll try to answer it short. It's a great debate and it's a great issue. And I like this. And because now, Mr. Chairman, if I may, you know, obviously, since it landed in Title 41, I've been paying attention to it also. And yet it's couched with water liability, land application of wastewater. You know, it's entirely, and I like the progression, Mr. Chairman, from DEQ to oil and gas. And then finally, what's it doing in Title 41 and these particular questions. Now, if you broke that pipe, and you didn't treat the water, I could only imagine who they would point at and say, you're making a mess. It's spilling out all over the ground. If you intentionally broke that pipe and then treated the water and then either land applied it and or discharged it. Now, Wyoming water law, and I think the vice chairman knows this, it needs to find its way back to a natural water course. Okay, so it's got to find its way to a drainage or a stream. Then it becomes Wyoming's water again. There really isn't ownership of water in this, as I think the vice chairman knows. It's where it goes. It's the land that it's applied to. Anybody can apply for it, but it's the land that it's applied to. And so that's where we'd kind of default back to and then redebate this as to whether or not this is confusing in that venue.
Thank you, Director. You may be excused.
Thank you.
I'm gonna now open the floor for public comment. I see no public other than Riley. Maybe Riley wants to comment on this. Do we have anyone, Abigail, online that would comment? Okay. John, we're ready to debate this. Do you have a final comment you'd like to make to us before we get into deciding whether we want to advance this legislation? And I'd appreciate it if you'd make your point briefly.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Just to answer a couple of questions regarding what we do in the winter. That water can be applied through the WIPD's permit to fill stock reservoirs, or we simply don't operate. It's that simple. There really is no other way. We're not going to just, if the ground is frozen, permit says you can't, we can't. The end. In terms of applying some bonding to a landowner, perhaps through DEQ, got no issue with that at all. More than happy to satisfy those needs. Again, I am concerned with the amount of water that is produced and lost in this state. And I think that we need to find a way to put this water to beneficial use. It's Wyoming's water. We need to use it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, one other comment to your question. And I want to make sure that we're clear. The water that came out of the pipe is no longer produced water once it goes through the treatment center and comes out on the effluent side. We're a service company that works with landowners. Your landowner can put in for, I think it's a $50 permit, can put in a stock pond or a reservoir pond for a $50 permit. And he now has access to that treated water, cleaned water, repurposed water, beneficial use water according to the Constitution to put into that pond to use at a later date. So we have to, and y'all identified it, Senator Hicks, Vice Chairman Hicks was very accurate. Who does have the liability of that water? It's very important to understand that part of what we're doing is we are giving a liability to that water other than an oil and gas company that may have put it downstream and it causes problems and we don't see any problems whatsoever. And then it's like an abandoned or an orphan well. Well, they've gone out of business, they've left town, in answer to one other question, how do we monitor the soil? We use a system called AquaSpy. It's a 4-foot probe, and every 15 minutes, every 4 inches, it gives us a reading of what the moisture content is, what the density of the soil is. It identifies that. I get that every morning at 6 o'clock on the 2 places that I have put water. So it's not like we just put the water on the ground and we walk away from it. And one of the most interesting parts of all of this was all of the legislation and conversation about blockchain was one of the entities that has allowed us to create a safety net by using blockchain so that an oil and gas company could not put water on the ground, send in a false report to an energies lab and get something back that's not credible. Our report doesn't even come to us. It went straight from the laboratory, straight to the DEQ. The scientific data had to be put in place. But we're talking 2 different waters. Produced water and treated, repurposed water are not the same.
Understand. Very good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
So committee, I'm looking for a motion to advance and direct Abigail to prepare a draft piece of legislation for us to further look at in our November meeting. Is anyone prepared to make that motion? Okay, gentlemen, we're sorry, but our proposal has died for lack of a motion. So we'll progress on. We do thank you for your time and efforts. We certainly learned a lot from your discussions. Okay, committee, we are now on the last item, number 17. And Senator Hicks is going to take that motion, and it's not going to take very long. We're still on schedule to retire our meeting here in a short time. Senator Hicks.
So members, if you'll flip over to tab in, you'll remember this little thing. This is put out by the State Board of Control, and it talks about legal aspects relating to ditch rights and easements. One of the things that we were assigned by Management Council was to look and see if the possibility to take all of these court cases that it cites in here and see if we could codify some of those in statutes instead of just always throw this issue back to the court system. I know our staff has done some preliminary work on this. We're still trying to look at some of the legal implications of doing this. So the takeaway, Mr. Chairman, is we're still working with staff on this and trying to figure out what the best way to potentially address this issue of, or if there is an opportunity to codify some of these court cases. So that's just an update. I would hope that we would have more information for you and potentially, and maybe a bill draft in November and maybe not. So that's where we're at, is still looking at how we would accomplish that and what that might look like. It could be some substantial establishment of process, but it's still in it is that its infancy. of trying to work through those issues. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Hicks. Members, I hope you read through that. That was very enlightening. Did you get through that document? I learned a lot from it. Director, thanks. I know this was before your time, but your department produced that and it was very enlightening for us. So we'll be looking into this further. And if there's more reports, we'll get back to you in November. All right, very good. Committee, you're starving to death. Director Gephardt, could you come back up? You have a schedule, you see the Water Development Commission is in October 7th and 8th for consultant selection, and then you're requesting us to join your commission on November 8th through 10th. My question for you on that day is, when you do that, is that another half day on Monday and then all day Tuesday and then a half day on Wednesday? Is that the tentative schedule? Or have you thought that far ahead? Because you've scheduled it for the 8th, 9th, and 10th.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe. Let me ask Barry, but is that it, or that's not the meeting where select water meets by himself? Is it? So that is correct. And yes, we will take a look to see if that could be abbreviated.
So do you, committee, would you like to provide some input to the director? Do you like that half a day, full day, half a day thing? Those of you that work, I've been concerned about you, that really kind of kills 3 days. Do you prefer to come in late in the evening one night and have 2 fuller days and go home that night, or what's your preference?
Mr. Chairman,
Please.
a lot of it depends on the location, I would say. If we're in
Okay,
Cheyenne,
And we're in Casper on this one.
if we're in Casper, I kind of like the half a day. Yeah, whatever. 2 full days would work. I can get there early enough. I could just leave home.
Any other-
Mr. Chairman, if I may, this year it may not be that big of an issue, but this is the day that we go through all of our recommendations and sponsors come, and it can be long. Or we only have 7 applications on the planning side, and we don't know what we'll have on the construction side. May not be an issue this year, but typically that's the reason for the 2.5
Very
days.
good. That is a big day for you.
So, Mr. Chair.
And we just booked a 4-hour public input a little earlier, so we may need 3 full days. Who knows?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would just suggest that you work directly with the director, and once the agenda starts to take place, and if there's adequate time, obviously the shorter the better. But I would leave that up to your discretion, working with the director to put that together. And if it looks like we can do, a half a day, one and another half a day, let's do it. But whatever the shortest version the 2 of you can come up with, I'm happy.
Okay, we'll work that direction. Director Gephardt, do you have any other input for us?
I do have a question for you to consider, and that would be the next meeting, which would be in January. We were looking at that and pushing that back as far as we can, but still giving us time to present the bill and then be able to work the omnibus bill. So I would suggest 2 different blocks of days. One would be January 11th and 12th, or the 19th and 20th.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Hold on a minute for those dates.
just something to consider, and I'll try to get in here, but you've got 3 members of the Joint Appropriations Committee on the Select Water Committee, and to the extent possible, one of them is the chairman and the vice chairman. We kind of like to be there for the Select Water Committee meetings, and so if we can avoid any budget hearings in January, otherwise you're going to be missing 3 members of the committee right off the bat. So
And you're welcome to cancel our hearing if you'd like. We'll free
Yeah, I
that day up.
bet you like that, Greg, too. What were your proposed dates again? I have the appropriations.
The 11th and 12th, or the 19th and 20th.
Oh,
So you're talking the January meeting.
January, correct.
There we go.
That's when we finalized the omnibus water bill.
Yeah, we're right in the middle of appropriations on 11th, 12th, and what was the second one?
11th and 12th or 19th and 20th.
Those 2 weeks.
Those are 2 weeks. We're in the middle
Yeah.
of budget markup.
Could we do it on Christmas Day instead?
Is there any possibility the first week in January, so maybe like the 5th, 6th, and 7th, or sometime then, Director? Does that give you enough time from the December meeting to get to, I guess I'd ask our staff to.
Or push it off to the week of the 24th?
Yeah, because we don't go in until February this year, so it would be the first or the what, the 4th week of January.
When does the session start? My consideration is giving you all time enough with the omnibus bill.
7th, probably February 7th, we're speculating.
So that gives us, our staff, if we met at the beginning of that week, 2 weeks
2 weeks.
to get the bill.
February what?
February 7th.
7th?
So if we met like the January 24th, 25th.
It's the 14th? Oh,
14th,
thank you. Wow, that's late.
So that gives us full 3 weeks, so that would be more than adequate.
The week of the 24th work, do you have preference on days?
No,
You guys like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Are you going to hold it where? What location?
Cheyenne.
We're finishing up Friday in Cheyenne on the 21st. You're killing me if you hold it on Monday.
yeah.
Yeah, but not, let's hold it on the 26th, 27th. Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, that would work. And then that would give our commission the day before that to work the bill. So
Is everyone
26th and
else
27th?
good with that? January 26th, the 27th, Wednesday and Thursday. Abigail. This isn't going to be a very big, widely attended meeting, is it? So we could
Usually, Mr.
possibly meet in one of the side rooms if the auditorium. Okay,
This is a joint meeting and
it is
You
a
guys
joint
meet
meeting.
On Tuesday, we'd meet Wednesday, Thursday.
yes. So we do 2 days and they do one. So Barry's explaining that we do a day and a half with the commission and then the next day. So it would only be a 1-day meeting for select board.
For us. And the commission isn't there, so we could meet in one of the bigger rooms, but a side room. Number 3. Okay, that'll work.
So we're saying the 27th then for select board,
27th for us,
which is a Thursday, correct?
correct?
Works for us.
All your travel vouchers have been filled out. I've got them on my desk. Before we leave, I've just got to acknowledge our 2 handsome men in the back that are our production crew. What happened to your colleague? Would you tell us what your name is and where you're from and what you do?
Sure. My name is DJ. DJ Lopez. I work with YPS and I just started Jackson Board. I'm boarding with all
There he is. Come on in. We want to know who you are. Yes.
Jackson Board.
So does the LSO contract with you?
They contract with mine.
Wyoming PBS. So you're full-time employees of that organization and you come here and you listen all day long to our meetings. Bless your heart. You're good men.
Can we see your identity?
Yeah, let's give them a round of applause. That's what they deserve. We're not going to give them lunch today, so that's the best we can do. Anything else? We ready to adjourn? I've forgotten. Do we need a motion for that, or would you just high five? And it's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Thanks, everyone, for your participation. Thanks, staff. Appreciate you.
Now, we're gonna miss the. Mark.